We are now streaming.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our City Council work session agenda and meeting this afternoon on Thursday, February 23rd, 2023 at 1 p.m. here in our City Hall first floor council chambers. We welcome those who have decided to join us in person and those who are joining us remotely as well. Madam Clerk. Oh, we have a new Madam Clerk over here. All right. All right. If you would please call the roll and just tell us your name and welcome you today.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. Ashley Wyatt, Deputy City Clerk, and I will now call the roll. Mayor O'Neill.
I am present.
Mayor Pro Tem has an excused absence. Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Holsey-Hyman.
Present.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
And I believe Councilmember Williams is running a bit late. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I will turn to my council colleagues to see if there are any announcements at this particular time. I'll look to my right. All right. Dr. Holsey-Hyman.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody, to my colleagues, to our residents. I have two announcements. One, yesterday I had the honor to meet with over 100 students at North Carolina Central University and just talking to them about voting and how local elections are very important. And they were very, very interested, and so that was a plus. And I also want to take a point of privilege to introduce some family members that I have visiting with us today. Allison Matthews, who is a research fellow in faith and healing, executive director of the Guildlit Campus Faith Coordinating Center for the School of Divinity at Wake Forest University, and Lauren Whitley, who is the founder and CEO of Authentic Voice Global. And they will be doing a program tonight at North Carolina Central, HIV is Not a Crime Day, which is tonight at the Student Union. And so I just wanted to kind of shout that out and wanted to take a point of privilege to invite, number one, my people, my family. Can you just stand real quick? They are doing a lot of work around HIV and AIDS. These are Howard grads. And so I'm very happy to have them here today, and I will be attending that HIV is Not a Crime Day event today at North Carolina Central. So thank you.
Thank you all, and welcome. Welcome to Durham. Hope you enjoy your stay here in the Bull City. The Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, everyone. This Tuesday, I had
Recording
the
in
privilege
progress.
of spending some time with our HEART team at their weekly staff meeting and learning a little bit more about the work that they have been doing in the community. Every Tuesday, they get together and talk to each other about the work that they've been doing, anything that they've learned from going out into the community. They talk about what they have been doing well and what they think they should improve. And I just wanted to thank them for opening that space up to me and letting me get a little bit of an insider view on the important work that they're doing for our community. It was really great to spend some time with them, and hope I get to do it again sometime soon. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. We appreciate that. I will now turn to our city manager, who is back with us today, and we're glad to have her back today to see if she has any priority items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Durham City Council. I do have one priority item for you this afternoon for agenda item number 6, which is the 2022 fourth quarter crime report. This item will include a presentation today. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Page. Glad that you are doing well. I will now turn to our city attorney and see if she has any priority items today.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. We also have one priority item today. At the conclusion of all regular business at today's work session, the City Attorney's Office requests that the council hold a closed session for attorney-client consultation. That motion is to hold a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 for attorney-client consultation concerning threatened litigation and other potential claims against the city.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept our city attorney's priority items.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Johnson and seconded by Councilwoman Caballero. All those in favor, if you make the sign by stating aye.
Aye.
All those opposed have the same right. Hearing none, the ayes have it. So I'd also like to entertain a motion to hold a closed session at the end of this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Jose Hyman, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. At this time, if you are in agreement, would you sign by saying aye?
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Hearing none, those motions pass.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, we will also now turn to our city clerk, our deputy city clerk, and see if she has any priority items this afternoon.
Good afternoon. The city clerk's office has no items.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wyatt. All right, we will now turn to our second order of business, which is to read the administrative consent items. I'm also going to read through the entire agenda this afternoon, which includes the departmental items and presentation and public hearing items at this particular time. Our first item for our attention this afternoon is Durham City County Appearance Commission appointment. Number 2 is the January 2023 bid report. Turning now to our departmental items, we have item 3, the interlocal agreement for the distribution of sales tax between the City of Durham and Durham County. Item 4, boards, committees, commissions, and task force calendar year 2022 annual attendance reports. Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull that item. Thank you. Item 5 is a resolution entitled the First Responders Resolution. Number 6, 2022 fourth quarter crime report is going to be a presentation. Item 7 is the construction of a traffic signal at Renaissance Parkway and Leonardo Drive. Number 8, amendment number 4 to the Homeland Avenue Stream Relocation Project Professional Engineering Services Contract. Number 9, amendment number 3 to Aiken Avenue Stream Relocation Project Professional Engineering Services Contract. 10, the Professional Engineering Services Contract with Brown and Caldwell, Inc. for the Western Intake Partnership Environmental Permitting Project Amendment number 1. For our presentations this afternoon, we'll have the Budget and Management Services Department. We'll have our item 11, FY 2022-23 second quarter financial report. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Johnson to lead that. Item 12 will be the Affordable Housing Deep Dive presentation from Durham Regional Association of Realtors. Councilwoman Jose Hyman will be leading that. Item 13 is the City of Durham Aquatics Splash and Play final report will be led by Councilwoman Freeman. And we welcome our council colleague Williams. Item 14 is the Consolidated Annexation Carpenter Falls. Item 15 is the Consolidated Annexation Crescent Drive Assemblage. Item 16 is the Consolidated Annexation FONDCOMBE, FONDCOMBE. Item 17 is the Consolidated Annexation 4109 Indoor Lane. Item 18 is the Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Sedimentation and Erosion Control. All right, I think we have, Madam Manager, we just have one pulled item this afternoon, pulled by Councilwoman Freeman, and that is item number four. We will at this time turn to our citizens. I believe we do have a couple of speakers. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Caballero if she will lead that discussion. We try to make sure everybody's involved, even if it's at the last minute. So I'm going to hand her these two cards, and there are a couple of people online for her to talk to this afternoon and carry that. I think there are about 3 or 4 other people online. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The first resident card that I have is for Mr. James Chavis.
Good afternoon to the mayor and to all other city council members. My name is James Chavis. I'm at 2813 Ash Street, Apartment B. I gave the deputy clerk this information to pass to each one of you all. Did you all get it? The information, first of all, is, as you will see, I'm inviting you all to our Goose Creek tour that I, along with others, we put together a long time ago before the epidemic, trying to display and give people the true meaning of our creeks over in District 1. So I'm asking each one of you city council to please come out and come on this tour, because you will find out some information that how we black folks were left out of these creeks, but also find out how we black folks work to get some things accomplished over there in that area. So the meeting is going to be, you drive your own car, so you don't have to worry. You just follow behind us. We'll go to certain different areas. You'll get out, and you'll see that area. You can ask any questions, and we'll take the whole tour around. The tour ain't but about an hour, and then we'll go in and have a luncheon at Holton. Please, it's a family thing, so please bring your family. Councilman Harmon, I know you said you work on Saturdays, and this may be a class time for you. I'm asking you, can you postpone your class and have them to come out there as well? Let us know how many, and we'll have enough food, because this is an education that our black kids, especially in Durham, did not know when we grew up in this area. And the second part is about the wheel and splash. And you know we've been up here over and over telling you we have been denied and why. There is information. One of our workers asked to be a part of that committee, the city meeting. She was denied until she finally sent in a request using words that they didn't like. So they said yes. Not only that, there's information on the back when Mary said that she was going to have a meeting with us in December, and she did not have it. So I'm bringing you our proof. I will not be able to stay to the presentation of Park and Recreation, but I want you to understand the citizens of Durham did not have a true commitment to answer or have any concerns or any time to talk about it. Because number one, as I stated, the last conversation we had with them was about the city running wheels, and we have not gotten an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chavis. The next card I have is for Ms. Gwen Silver.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Silver.
Mayor, City Council members, I'm Gwen Silver. I live at 302 Sapphire Drive here in Durham. I have lived in Stonehill Estates for almost 30 years. Recently, the HOA Board of Directors, at the urging of our management company, voted to move forward with no parking on one side of 3 streets in our development, including my street, the 300 block of Sapphire Drive. I sent an email to Transportation Engineer Robin Young on February 16th, to which I received no response. I took a printed copy of that same email to Robin and Peter Nichols on Tuesday of this week. No response. I emailed Transportation Director Sean Egan and got an acknowledgement from Robin that she did get the email. However, Transportation is not looking at the issues surrounding no parking petition. First, there's no parking problem on the 300 block of Sapphire Drive. On any day of the week, any hour of the day, there may be 3 cars parked on that street. Of the 8 homes, 4 have extended driveways. My driveway accommodates 5 vehicles. 2 of the board members who voted to close the street live on Sapphire Drive and voted in their favor. They should have recused themselves, but did not. The HOA board is in violation of state statute GS 4F3108 that requires persons to speak on each side of an issue. One homeowner spoke to close one side of Olivine Drive. I suggested to the board that they meet with all residents on the streets. They refused. I suggested that maybe residents that were financially able would want to extend their driveways to address the parking problem. They did not want to hear it. The HOA board should not use the city to make the changes that the board wants. I want to suggest that Transportation send this no parking petition issue back to the HOA board to have the board hold meetings so all homeowners can have a voice on this decision. For the 300 block of Sapphire Drive, Transportation Department should really drop the issue, but because there have been no complaints, no police reports, and I'm almost sure no Durham One call requests. Over the years, I have successfully addressed 18-wheelers on Sapphire Drive, as well as commercial parking on that street. There is no parking. This no parking issue is really a solution to a problem that does not exist. Thank you very much.
Madam Deputy Clerk, the next folks that I have are all online to speak. I have folks who are here as resource people, and then I can't see what Mr. Johnson wants to speak on agenda item 13. Could you please make him, I guess my question is, should we wait until that agenda item? Okay, thank you.
Those 2 people under number 13 will be for Councilwoman Freeman. The last 2 are public speakers for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy City Clerk, could you please make Mary Molina available? Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
She should be able to unmute herself.
Ms. Molina? We can see if she's able in a minute and then just go to the next speaker and allow her back. Could you please make Ms. Jaqueline Wagstaff available, and then we'll go back to Ms. Molina.
Oh, it looks like Ms. Molina's unmuted now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Molina.
Good afternoon. I beg your pardon. I just couldn't find the right button.
No worries. You have 3 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. I had just wanted to have some sort of update on the Southern Environmental Law Center's letter and how that might impact city and county. I don't know if that can be done at this work session, but I am interested in hearing if there's been any progress or any meetings called and when or whether the public can be involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Molina. Madam Deputy City Clerk, could you please make Ms. Jaqueline Wagstaff available?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ms. Wagstaff. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Jaqueline Wagstaff, live in Durham, keep my heat at 68 degrees to be economically sufficient. But I want to speak on the item that Mr. Chavis and Ms. Gwen talked about, the Wheel Splash Fun Park. It's interesting that there's a report today that's going to be given, and it's called the final report. I looked at the agenda and it said the final report. And for me, I need to understand how we have a final report when it is clear that a portion of the community that should have been involved in that conversation has been left out. Mr. Chavis has said it, several other members, I've sat in the meeting about being left out of the conversation that has been taking place over the last 3 to 4 months. And now we have a final report coming to you today. And I'm pretty sure in that report, they're gonna say that they spoke with community members. Now, unlike Mayor Pro Tem saying that 5 or 6 people don't speak for the community, I beg to differ. Mr. Chavis is the PAC 1 co-facilitator. He does speak for the community. And if he's speaking and saying that the community has been left out of the conversation, then we have to trust that that is true, because I've yet to hear anybody on that council question what a developer comes down there and say when they say they've spoken with the community. They've never been asked to prove it. They've never been asked to submit evidence that they've spoke to the community. And a lot of times the community comes up and say, oh, we didn't have a conversation with them. So I'm hoping that this body will treat this community the same way they treat affluent communities, because it's getting to the point where it's disrespectful to watch this. The viewers are watching to see council members chastise community members who have been in the community longer than these council members have been on this board. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. I think everyone else, at least from what I can tell, is here for a specific item as a resource person,
Thank you, Councilwoman Cobby-Rat.
or they're here to speak on item number 13. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for always stepping in at the last moment. Thank you. I appreciate that. We will now return to our pulled item, which is item number 4, and that was pulled by Councilwoman Freeman. And after then, we will turn to our presentations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just had a few questions regarding the format of the report, and then also just wanted to kind of bring it back up for council, that we might want to have a discussion about the attendance policy, just noting there's some folks who have 0% attendance and 33% attendance, and I don't know how effective that's going to be going forward. I know we had, kind of pulled back on using attendance to remove folks, and I don't know if it's time for us to go ahead and look at putting it back in place in some number of months or however long, but I would like to at least get that conversation moving. And specifically on for this report, the shading specifically, there's some blue shading I didn't follow. I understood the gray shading. It looked like it was like for people who are not on the board anymore, but I couldn't follow what the blue shading was. And then I was going to ask if it's possible to pull or to add the number of seats that are available on the board, because I feel like there's some like overlap and there's another specific one on the Housing Authority Board. Mamie Webb Bledsoe is listed twice, and there seems to be an overlap for the month. And so I just want to make sure that those are cleaned up before we get to the council meeting. And I wasn't sure if there's a liaison for the Durham Sports Commission, but I feel like if there's been a report for that, I've missed it.
Councilmember Freeman, there is a staff liaison for the Durham Sports Commission. However, they are staffed by the county, and so sometimes we don't always get information from boards whose staff person does not or is not housed in the city. So you may not have missed it. It may not have been included, but Assistant City Clerk Paula Rowland is also available to answer any questions, so I can let her chime in as well.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Lola Rowland here with the City Clerk's office. We're piloting a brand new program over the past year to receive attendance reports through our software called Granicus, which is where we manage all of our board, committee members, commissions, everything on there. So the staff liaisons were required to go in, actually submit attendance themselves, and then that report gets pulled by me, and I submit it to council. So the blue shading is actually just part of how the report gets pulled in from Granicus. It doesn't really mean anything. The Durham Sports Commission, it should have been part of that packet. I can triple check for you. And then when it comes to the DHA, Councilmember Freeman, did you say it was Housing Appeals Board or Durham Housing Authority?
The Housing Authority.
I can triple check on that report. Sometimes if, for the Housing Authority, they might sometimes host or hold like an emergency meeting. So if it was 2 months, if it was like 2 Septembers, it might have been that there was 2 meetings held in the month of September, if that makes sense. But
It's actually, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
It's
okay.
actually the same, if it's 2 meetings in September, then it looks like one person attended the second meeting and everyone else did not.
Okay. September for the Durham Housing Authority. I can look back, I can triple check that once we get off, and I will make sure it is cleaned up in its entirety and reflecting the correct amount. And then I just checked the packet that was submitted to council. The Durham Sports Commission attendance is in that packet.
And I'm sorry, I might not have been clear, not the attendance, the actual report. I know we get like regular reports from the committees. I don't think I've seen Durham Sports Commission, have you?
I'll defer to Ashley for that one.
So the Durham Sports Commission, for the same reason, did not submit a report in the traditional sense, but what we did, and we, Diana, should have emailed their report that they sent, and it was more of a link, so that links can't be uploaded into OnBase. So you would have gotten that one via email.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Freeman. I did want to follow up with our council colleagues to see what our next steps would be to have a conversation about attendance if we so deem that. What would you like to do? Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in this document, one of the motions for this item is to authorize the clerk to begin the removal process for members who have failed to meet attendance requirements. And then there's a list of those folks in the first page of the attendance reports. So I believe if we move this forward, the clerk will have those people removed from the boards, and that's what our current policy is. If we want to change that, then we can have a discussion about it. But I think that's what we'd agreed to previously.
Thank you so much. Anyone else have any comment? Will that suffice it for now?
For now. So I just want to make sure we're on the record saying attendance does count based on this vote today, or based on the vote for the next council meeting. And then that'll go forward specifically following that council meeting for those folks who are on that list. And then I guess we'll be keeping track going forward.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Yeah, I think what happened with 2022 is that we were not counting folks' attendance until the governor's emergency order was rescinded, I guess, in August. And so then it's kind of wonky because basically attendance started to count for the second part, or not even the second part of the year. But now it would revert back to our traditional rules pre-pandemic. And at least on the boards and commissions that I'm a liaison to, there was very clear, candid conversation from staff liaisons around that is now a requirement, that a 50% is the minimum, unless the bylaws of that board or commission is at a higher threshold. We had a discussion at some point about standardizing our bylaws, and I think that was supposed to go to the procedures committee, because everybody's bylaws are all wonky. There had been some discussion on boards that even having a 50% attendance rate is not a great attendance rate, and that might need to be up to 60. And I just don't know where that conversation was left off, if the Procedures Committee has taken it up or not.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I think what would be really helpful is for our actual memo to reflect like that kind of arc of how we're getting to this point so that folks understand, because it's not very, I get that you follow these conversations because you're on council, but for the general public, that's not quite clear.
I think Councilwoman Johnson is the co-chair on the Procedures Committee. Am I correct in that?
Maybe. I'll check. I might be.
Okay.
I'll look it up. I wanted to ask the city clerk, and you may not know, but like, what's the process? Because I know before we also had, rather than just kick people off, we had to like, you contact them, you ask them if they want to continue to serve, they get a period of time, like that the removal process wasn't just, okay, you're removed. Could you just summarize it for us?
Yes, so the process as it currently stands is that pending the attendance reports, the staff liaisons must reach out to the clerk's office expressly requesting that this person, due to their attendance, be removed from that board after trying to have made contact themselves via post and by email. And then once those efforts are deemed unsuccessful, they submit a request to the clerk's office, specifically to Diana. Diana then reaches out through the same methods to see, if there's any limitations that are keeping them, trying to get in contact with them, et cetera. And then after all of those efforts are exhausted, then the council has given the clerk the authority to then simply remove them from that board. And just to circle back about the conversation about the Procedures Committee, the clerk's office, in conjunction with the attorney's office, has made updates to attachment A specifically of the city council procedures that kind of is the overview that governs all of the boards and committees. And we have made those updates, and I believe that Diana has been in conversation with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton about setting up a meeting for the Council Procedures Committee to meet and to accept or review or revise those changes that we've made.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wyatt. What I will do, since Mayor Pro Tem is not here today, is I will try to make sure that I touch base with him prior to our meeting, our next meeting on Monday, and ask if he could give us an update on where we are with that committee at that time. And then we can pick up further discussions and decide how to proceed. Okay? All right. Thank you so much for all of your help. Councilwoman Hoseama.
Yeah, I just want to say that I know the mayor, you had asked me to kind of look at the way the actual way we vote and the way the report looks for us, and that has happened. And so I think that Diana did send out like the new format to everybody to get feedback, but I don't know if she received that feedback, because I did work on that, and I know she sent that out. So that would be something that we probably need to ask the committee too.
We'll ask him to take a look at that as well. Thank you so much. All right. Unless there are any further discussions, we'll now return to the first of our presentation, which will be item 6, the 2022 fourth quarter crime report, and that discussion will be led by Councilman Williams.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Great to be before you and community members. We have coming up right now our amazing chief, Patrice Andrews, and her team. So at this time, we'll hear a first quarter report update. Chief Andrews, welcome.
Good afternoon, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. All right, so I want to say good afternoon to Madam Mayor, my city council, Manager Page, all of our wonderful city staff that's in attendance, and our community. So today I want to provide you with our 2022 fourth quarter report. All right, so you've seen many of these slides before. We want to first talk about violent crime, and obviously you all know that I find it very hard to celebrate or even kind of be happy about reductions when we still have so much violence in our community. I do want to acknowledge the loss of the student at Hillside High School and the trauma that our Hillside students are still coping with or trying to cope with. And I do want to applaud the production State of Urgency. I was able to go and see that not once but twice, and it was extremely powerful. So having said all of that, I can move forward. So we saw some significant decreases in 3 of our categories of violent crime. So that was homicide and aggravated assault, but an overall decrease in our violent crime total. We saw increases in our rape and robbery numbers. So at the end of 2022, we had 45 reportable homicide cases. So that's where we ended up at the end of the year. There were actually 41 cases, but because 2 of those had 4 or multiple victims, that brought our number up to 45. Of those 45 victims, 42 were criminal homicides and 3 were negligent manslaughter. In addition, we did have 4 justifiable homicides, and those obviously are not counted as criminal. So our clearance rate, and I'll talk about that, but I do want to highlight that, for homicide offenses was 62.2%. As you know, at the very beginning of the year, there was a lot of doubt about our ability to clear cases or capacity. And I do want to put that out to the public that our clearance rate was 62.2%. We did clear 5 cases from prior years. So again, we're constantly working the homicide cases that we have from prior years. 23 of our cases from 2022 have been cleared, and we have 19 open cases with 22 victims. So the work still does continue. But I really want to touch on rape and robbery. So as you see, our rapes have gone up 10.7%. And so when I talked to staff a little bit, what we realized was, one, that we have been trending upward for all of our reportable rape offenses and our sexual assaults. We had, at the end of the fourth quarter, we had 135 actual forcible rape offenses. So you remember from last time we talked, there's what comes through 911, and then when it is assigned to an investigator, what actually ends up being reportable as an actual rape offense. We continue our good work through the SAKI grant. That is key and critical work, and our detectives are continuing that work throughout the year. We did have 19 unfounded offenses, and 4 of those having been reported in previous years. One of the things that we did note is that in 2022's numbers, there are very few stranger incidents. So most are going to be known offenders or someone that is familiar to our victims. And of the 30 clearances that we did have, so we had 30 clearances, 8 were reported in prior years. So those years are 1994 to 2021. So the SAKI grant, it's working, the work that they're doing is working. So let's talk a little bit about robbery. We were up 8.1% in the category. And so this is where, again, we're talking to staff. We did see a reduction in some of your serial robberies, right? So it's same offender or group of offenders robbing multiple times. 429 of the reported robberies were from persons, so that it is up 10%. We did see a reduction in Hispanic victims of robbery. And 145 of the robberies were commercial. That is up, again, 2%. 7 of those robberies were from banks, so at least one of those was the same person or group of people. 3 of which were cleared, and then 43% are commercial robberies. So those are very common in the city of Durham. Firearms, and that's the biggest thing. Firearms was used in 60% of the robberies. There was a firearm that was used, either displayed or someone was shot, and that was 19 total gunshot wounds as a result of the firearms being used. And then we see that our aggravated assaults have come down. That's 18.5%. All very promising numbers, with the exception of rape and robbery. You know, just more further conversation about the work that the team is doing with Saki. Could be that our victims from previous sexual assault offenses are now starting to see that these cases we're bringing people forward. You know, 1994, that was a long time ago, but we're able to still identify and charge. Okay, so let's talk about our shooting incidents. And so I want to say that obviously there's a reduction in all of our categories, from the actual incidents to the persons that were shot, fatal and non-fatal. But I do want to say that it just didn't happen, right? This reduction didn't happen. This is what you're seeing is a result of a total community effort, whether it's an effort from the police department. I do want to shout out my colleagues from HART. The work that Director Smith is doing. In January, we were finally able to actually pair up an officer with a clinician. And so as we talk about what causes violent crimes, we can't have the discussion without talking about the mental health aspect of it and being able to provide assistance to those individuals that are in need. Multi-victim firearms incidents accounted for about 36% of all aggravated assaults during the fourth quarter. And as you know, our target is less than 30%. I do want to note, in addition to the work that Criminal Investigations Division does on clearing those homicide cases, those aggravated assault cases, all those violent crime cases, I want to note the work that's being done by our Organized Crime Division unit folks. And so our task force, as I said, and I've said repeatedly, you know, that we really have a phenomenal working relationship with our federal partners. And this year has really been a demonstration of that working relationship. As of right now, we have about 59 individuals that have been indicted federally. Those are 59 violent individuals that have been removed from our community. And we have since also had an additional number of folks that have been convicted of the crimes within our community. So we're talking about violent robberies, shootings, and so on and so forth. Our Criminal Investigations Division, our Organized Crime Division, which our Criminal Intelligence Unit, so that's our intel, right? They put a lot of things together for us, our Crime Analysis Unit, and I'm saying all these units because I think that they all deserve appreciation from our community for the work that they do. Our selective enforcement team, the thousands of hours that they have spent doing surveillance, Vice Narcotics and Gang Unit. So I just appreciate them all for the work that they have done. All right, our Part 1, property crime. So we saw reductions in every category with the exception of motor vehicle theft. And that was up 17.1%. And that's significant. Our burglaries, we did see that 60% of our burglaries were to homes, and then the remainder were to commercial businesses. And the top three, as we always say, is the specialty stores, our convenience stores, and our restaurants are kind of your top three. Our larcenies, although they are down, we still continue to see the larcenies from motor vehicles in which firearms are stolen. So of the 2,960 larcenies from motor vehicles, even though that's down 10%, 52% of all guns stolen came from this category. 52%. And in 59% of those cases, the vehicle was unlocked. So we continue ad nauseum to really tell people and communicate, you have got to be a responsible gun owner and secure, and not leave your gun, your firearm in your car. As is what is to be expected, we have seen that our power tools, hand tools from construction, kind of our most frequently stolen. It's very easy to steal. Our building materials are the second most frequently stolen items. Our motor vehicle theft, before I move on in that previous category, it is up. And so we have seen out of the 786 motor vehicles that we had stolen, we had a few that were not, so they're motor vehicles, but they're not able to be registered. But of the actual cars that were stolen, 81% of those have been recovered. So we are recovering vehicles almost at a pace that they are being stolen. 340 of those vehicles were left unattended or had keys somewhere in the car. All right, let's talk about our clearance rate. So I do want to start out just something I found out as I was preparing for this is that the FBI no longer reports clearances in the way that you and I are used to receiving that clearance information. And so as you know, we traditionally have reported clearances, and the FBI has traditionally reported clearances based upon the population. So what you see here is the 2020 clearance rates for cities our size. The FBI, because they have fully transitioned from the summary reporting system, so it's an SRS system, to the National Incident-Based Reporting System, so that's NIBRS. They have stopped publishing clearance rates in an aggregated form. So where it's very, they're differentiating between population in clearance rates, they are no longer going to be doing that. Instead, they provide an average. So as of 2020, 2021 year, the average violent crime clearance rate is 32.5%, and the average property crime total clearance rate is 10.7%. And we will actually share the most recent publication from the FBI, which details so much more information than what I'm just providing to you here. And they're doing it, it's kind of refreshed information. So of the total violent crime cases that were cleared through the fourth quarter of the calendar year, 85% of those, and this is significant, 85% were cleared by arrest. That is someone in custody. And that doesn't happen. That you have to have, you have to have the evidence to be able to support probable cause for that warrant. The remaining 15% were cleared by a valid exception. So that's either there wasn't enough to move forward with obtaining warrants, or there was declined prosecution. And so for our property crime, 89% of cases were cleared by arrest. Property crimes are about as hard to prove as violent crimes. I mean, you really have to have the evidence and be able to have the proper follow-up. And then the remainder were also cleared by exception. So our priority one calls for service. We had an increase. We saw an increase in our calls for service for 2022, and they are up 10% from fourth quarter 2021. We are still not meeting our target, and we are still trying to figure out how can we meet an average, our target response time of 5 minutes and 48 seconds. So what we're seeing is our average time is 6 minutes and 33 seconds. Our percentage of the priority calls answered in less than 5 minutes is 48.7%. And so, we can attribute that to staffing. We can attribute that to an increase in population, a growing community. But certainly we are constantly looking at how do we reduce and get closer to meeting those response times. So I do want to take a deeper dive. We started providing you with this, with the average response time to priority P calls for service and how does it look at adjusted staffing levels. So, and this chart that you have here shows a 30-month for emergency calls for service at the level of patrol staffing, which also includes the additional personnel that's working, so the supplemental portion. Now, where did we live? So between April 1st, 2020 and September 30th of 2022, without supplemental, so those are, again, that's your raw numbers, we lived in the 59% staffing area. Okay, so we were about, we were the first two columns, 59% staffing. That was our average. During that time when we had supplemental patrol, it increased us to 74% staffing, and as you all can see, that it causes our response time. So we are able to get closer and closer to what we would like for our response times to be. So for the period of October 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, we were in raw numbers 48%. So if we stayed with that raw percentage and we didn't have supplemental, we would be below, or we wouldn't even be on the chart that you see. However, with our supplemental patrol, we averaged 66% of supplemental patrol staffing. Since we're talking about staffing, I will say that I am extremely heartened by the work that the team is doing, our recruiting and our training staff are doing to reimagine how we recruit and also how we retain. So at the end of 2022, we were at 78% staffing. However, I will say this, as of today, well, as of a couple days ago, we were at 81% staffing. So it's working. It's slow, but it's working. We didn't get into this position overnight, but we certainly are making effort and headway to kind of get us out of this. Our staffing departures, so what does it look like? So I'll tell you, from October to December, we lost a few officers. So one officer, for two, we lost to other agencies, 2 officers. 4 officers, we lost training, so we lost them somewhere during that being a newbie to, in their patrol training phase. And then we lost 2 to retire. Well, we didn't lose them. They had to retire. So, but we are also looking at ways and how can we utilize those of our staff that have retired, but also had a lot of experience in very specialized areas. And so we're bringing them back on a part-time basis in order to be able to help us in the back end, right, with the infrastructure. So we had 86 staff departures, 2022. 47 of those have been through the resignation of their position. We also had 32 personnel retire in 2022 after years of service. And then we had 7 employee terminations. So currently, it's good news, we started a large class. And one of the things that I appreciate recruiting that they have done is they've listened very well to feedback here, but also feedback from their peer cities as well as internal feedback. And they have looked at how we have tested and what do we do recruiting-wise. So they spent a whole week, I think it was 2 weeks ago, at the North Carolina Central University, bringing testing there. We've started to offer conditional offers ahead of time, right? Because it's giving them that preconditional offer, saying if you fulfill all of these, then this is what we're going to bring you on at. So they've done a fantastic job with that. In addition, they took a look at how are we testing, right? How are we bringing people in as far as testing? So we started, when we have our candidates come in, they do a physical assessment and then they do a written exam. And we've moved the written exam first, because after you do our physical assessment, you're exhausted. So we know physical exhaustion equates to mental exhaustion. We have extended the time it takes to complete the reading comprehension. It was 25 minutes, and I think I had said this before, to complete the reading comprehension. It was timed, and so they've extended that to 45 minutes to complete 25 questions. So giving them more time, and it's all state mandated, so the state is fine with that. We're not going outside of any state requirements. And so as a result, the rate of failure has experienced a significant decrease. In the fourth quarter of 2022, we had 22% of applicants fail the written test. That is down from the third quarter where 46% of applicants failed. So that's a significant improvement. And in the second quarter, 42% of the applicants failed the written test. We have continued our overall efforts, and that's hosting open houses at the Durham Police Department. We've gone out into the community. We've gone to BLET at other community colleges. We might have had some conversations with officers from surrounding agencies. So we are really trying to promote the Durham Police Department. Staff will be going to Women's Empowerment. They had a great time last time doing that, and were able to get a lot of contacts. Visiting our military installations, our HBCUs, the 30 by 30 campaign. We're very excited to be in the holiday parade and being able to wear our college university attire, so NCCU represented. So, all right, let's talk about our U visa. So we continue with our U visa program. It has really we've seen an increase in some of our overall U visa requests this year. We had 322 requests for U visa certifications. 207 of those requests were certified, so 64%. And this does represent a 98% in U visa certification requests. So that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. So I do want to just take a moment, and we recently have reorganized the Durham Police Department based upon some of our priorities. So we have dedicated and we have taken our crisis intervention trained team, and they are now COR. So we have made that a standalone team that works with Director Smith and his staff. We created a standalone unit with a formal structure for our liaison program. So we have a sergeant, a corporal, and we have 5 officers now assigned. And so we'll be working to fill those vacancies that we have in those units. So we are moving forward with really being out in the community, and we've heard concerns from our community, but also from council as well. So let's talk about CAT, so Crime Area Target Team. So CAT was established in April of 2022, and you know that it was established on the heels of Matheson Street homicide. And we knew that, what we were doing within the Durham Police Department, we felt like we needed to do more. We also had community members that expressed that we needed to do more. And some community members indicated bringing back our CAT or our HEAT team. And so we decided to bring back CAT. And the unit itself consists of 8 uniformed, marked car, sworn officers. And those officers were just not put onto the unit. They were selected. So they were selected by both their balance of activity within the community, whether it was community service or the work that they have done in the community, as well as the enforcement aspect. But we really did take a look at their professional standards background. So oftentimes when we look at someone's professional standards history, we look at, so what are the sustained complaints, right? So those are the complaints that were proven to have been true, no matter where the originator of the complaint was from. In this case, we looked at their entire history, because we know you could have 4 complaints and they not be sustained, right? Whether it's from cooperation from the person filing the complaint, or there just wasn't enough to sustain the allegation. But then you might have 1 sustained complaint, but you have a pattern, right? You have a pattern of behavior. And so we selected officers based upon balanced activity as well as what their concise history, so their entire history with the Durham Police Department looked like and how they serve our community. So CAT's mission is citywide, so they function as a citywide team and is to deter and combat citywide violent crime across our city. They are vital in assisting with a lot of uniform patrol functions. So when you have incidents, for example, recently at several of our gunshot wounds and our shootings, CAT has been there and to help relieve uniform patrol if they were stretched. But the unit also participates in various community engagement, addressing quality of life issues, as well as the enforcement component. The unit's effectiveness is reviewed weekly. We do review what they are doing, and that's not just sitting down and having conversations. We actually look at their body-worn camera footage. There is an evaluation of how they interact and engage, and that is without any formal complaint process, and that's without a use of force. So right now, when officers use force against someone, that automatically starts a use of force evaluation. And we know that that force is going to be looked at, but what you want to do is you want to look at how officers engage just on a day-to-day basis. And so that is what our team does. The overall performance is evaluated and for their effectiveness, and it's reported through the chain of command to our Deputy Chief of Operations, which is Joseph Kelly. And so our initiative evaluation, so we want to, as with all of our teams and all of our initiatives, we want to make sure that we're really making an impact and that we're just not doing things just to do them. And so what we will look at with CAT is, what workload did they relieve from either uniform patrol or from our organized crime or CID units? Were they able to relieve a workload? Also, what kind of contacts are they making? So are there contacts that they've made following a shooting in which there was a high likelihood of retaliation? And were they able to intervene and intercede in some way? Were they able to make some really substantial community contacts and quality of life issues? So we really want to make sure that what they are doing is evaluated using community feedback, but also how well have they done their job holistically. And so from the very beginning, this was something that, in being in the vein of transparency, right? Crime area target team's numbers, it was important to me that we actually publish these numbers. And so this is the CAT's numbers. And so during the fourth quarter of 2022, they conducted a total of 836 traffic stops. Those traffic stops yielded what you see here. They actually did a substantial amount of community, they did some community referrals in the community, work with neighborhood improvement services as well. So ShotSpotter. So I want to just have a conversation about ShotSpotter. It's, as you know, we launched the pilot, kind of a wonky date, but it's technology. So we launched the pilot officially December 15th, 2022. And as you know, that ShotSpotter uses acoustic sensors to detect gunfire and then alerts officers in real time. So that's the Cliff Notes version. We selected the 3 square mile coverage area was selected, so that's east and southeast Durham. And it was based upon the data-driven portion of it, so the incidents of gunfire. So where did we have the most incidents of gunfire within our city? And the coverage area is 2.7% of the city's land mass, right? So very small land mass area. But it also had the highest concentration, which included 33.9% of all incidents in which a person was shot. We held a series of community events to really reach out and try and touch all of our community to answer questions and engage. We allowed ShotSpotter to come in. They were permitted to kind of give the ShotSpotter, what ShotSpotter is, and then we talked about what ShotSpotter, what the pilot is for the city of Durham. Recently, we did publish to our the ShotSpotter Durham platform, we published a monthly gunfire report. So I do want to say that is ShotSpotter's report. That is not our data, but ShotSpotter knows that we are going to be publishing the monthly gunfire report to the platform. Our data is forthcoming, and it'll be a little more robust than what ShotSpotter has provided. That'll provide a little bit more of a picture as to really what's happening besides the number of shots that were fired or the number of casings or rounds that were recovered. And so I will end there. I do want to highlight our DPD social media. We've done some great stuff with content, with officer and from bringing out our officers, showing our different units, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chief, for the robust report. And thank you to the work of your team and department. Colleagues, bring it before the council for questions and comments. Councilmember Johnson. I'm sorry, Jose Hammond. What?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for that wonderful presentation. Always very detailed. I appreciate that. And this is not something that can happen overnight, but when I actually did go to the funeral of the young man that got killed at Hillside and then went to the Hillside play with my other council person, Williams, and people in the audience talked about how back in the day, and I might be dating myself, I'll be 58 next year, that people wanted to grow up to be police officers and firemen, and that's not happening anymore. So I know in terms of recruitment, it's not gonna happen overnight, but I just wanted to ask you about, are we going into the elementary schools and the middle, like the middle schools, just to kind of talk about it's a good profession to be a police officer, because I know, like, growing up, that's all what people wanted to do. And they talked about that the other night, so just wanted to ask you about that.
So we do. We do go into our elementary schools, our community resource unit. They are very effective in really engaging, whether it's playing basketball in full uniform, coaching basketball. We do that through our PALs, but we do these things throughout the year. So engagement could be any number of things. A couple members of my staff and I have gone in and talked to our students at Burton about, violent crime. How do you talk to an elementary school student? You do a lot of listening, right? But having those conversations with them, as well as allowing them to see us outside of our uniform. So I do, a little bit of volunteer work over at Burton from time to time, delivering food over to Burton. So there's a lot of things that are happening, and our staff does that. We are always trying to change the way our next generation views law enforcement. And really, we want them to see the role that they can have in changing their community.
I have two more questions. You talked about the crisis intervention team, the police. So how many units that are going out with the HEART team? Like how many units, how many police officers are on that particular unit?
So right now we have 3. We have one vacancy. So we have 4. We have 1 vacancy, and then we have 1 officer that's out right now. But we have 2 officers that are going. So that's Officer Beckett and Corporal King. I know Beckett's a celebrity, so Beckett and Corporal King are going out. We have had interest from officers in actually joining the team. So from our patrol staff. So we are looking at moving at least 1 more officer over, and then bringing officers on from a 90-day perspective and doing some temporary transfers.
So there's a question that I get constantly when I'm in the community about, first of all, I love the HEART program. I'm a social worker by trade. And I love first of all, like this has been evidence-based that's been happening in other places before it even came to Durham. So I'm happy about the outcome of it. But I get this question a lot. Well, you have a number of openings on the police department and the police force, and would you take money from the police to fund more of the HEART, right? And so I always speak to the fact that I wish I had a crystal ball, because I want both. I want more police officers. I want us to be filled to the amount that we need, and then I'd like some money, for the heart program. But can you just speak to that? Because, like, I get that question a lot, and I think people kind of like want me to say A, B, C, and D, but I would like to have a crystal ball to have it both funded. But I think that we can't take money from one to the other, you know what I mean? So I just was wondering, what is your perspective around that?
So I would say you can have both. I mean, we can have a very robust relationship with HEART that we do. So we have police officers that are working with them to really address mental health and persons in crisis, our neighbors, right? So we have that, and we are committed to growing that unit. So there's no not being committed for that for us. But I would say when we talk about taking money, one of the first things that we always cut is training. And right now, we are identifying ways in which we can train our officers to be better, not just better officers, but better people and better leaders, because we know supervisors and leaders, they're not the same. So that's where, that often that money would come from, not necessarily funding more officers, but that money does come from our training. But we are committed to helping grow our HEART team and growing it in such a way that we can have both. We can have a robust police department, and we can also have a great partnership and work with our brothers and sisters over at HEART.
Thank you for clarifying that, because when people ask that question, they automatically say, well, since you have since we have openings, that you think your money is coming from there. So I thank you for saying that the money would come from maybe more so the training, which is what we need. So I appreciate you for clarifying that and getting that out for our residents. And again, I just want to say thank you to the police officers that are here and to yourself, because I do see that you do a lot of community work, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
It doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I don't know why I keep doing that. Thank you, Councilmember Hosey Hamid. Councilmember Johnson.
Next to you, so it's hard.
Right?
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Appreciate all this good information and data. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the evaluation of the CAT team. Could you talk a little bit more about what that entails and the timeline for that?
So essentially, whenever we identify officers, so we know officers that are good officers. So we see these officers, whether it's they get Employee of the Month recognition or emails that we get from the community. But we also talk to their supervisors. And so once we have a group of officers, we'll take a look at what their professional standards histories look like. We'll talk to them to see if they are committed to doing the work, not just from enforcement, but also are you committed to making referrals and making the community better? So there's more, we don't do a process for it, because I think there's way too much that needs to go into it besides just doing a one and done process, because we know that people test well. That doesn't mean that's the best person for the job. And if we're really looking to find officers with a little more heart, then we have to have those kind of further conversations with them in evaluations.
So, yeah, can you tell me about what you're looking for these officers? You mentioned when you were talking, you mentioned the HEAT team, the previous, as like a prior iteration of this kind of like targeted policing. But I think that had a very different underlying philosophy than what you're discussing, and had problems that led to it being disbanded. Can you tell me how you're doing this differently?
So I was a sergeant on HEAT. So I was one of the initial HEAT sergeants. So I can tell you that the way our HEAT teams ran, we were enforcement, but we also did, we were pulled to do things in the community as well. Times have changed, and the way our street level narcotics teams, it should change the way we see and view how we serve our community. It was my understanding that when I did the research before saying, well, let's bring CAT back, looking at why HEAT was no longer. And it was my understanding, and also looking at and talking to staff that was here, that it was a staffing issue. HEAT had to be, because of staffing, we were losing officers. But certainly, I think it's important that CAT and HEAT, in the traditional sense of where HEAT was, and our motivation. So what were we there to do? CAT is more focused. So they have, a focus on their role and responsibility, and each member is very clear on that focus. And each member is very clear on the fact that if we determine that you are not following along in the way that you should, so if you are not subscribing to the premise of what we want you to do in the community, you'll be removed. And so we closely look at any complaints that we receive, no matter where those complaints were received. If it was received during that CAT officer's tour of duty for that day, we look at those complaints, and if it's the same officer, we remove that officer from the team, and then we take a look at that officer individually.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about how the process for choosing officers for the co-response work with the HEART team as well?
Yeah, so we worked, and I will tell you, Director Smith and his team, they make it really easy to bring them into this process. And so we've communicated with them from the very beginning on timelines of when we could actually stand up a traditional co-response. So no longer staging and meeting them and then going in, but having the officer pair with the clinician. So it was an easy, at that point of time, saying, okay, we've got, Officer Beckett and we've got Corporal King. They've been doing the work. They are tried and true, and we know that they're committed to the vision. But going forward, I have, and Director Smith and I have had conversations that when we start to have a pool of officers that are interested in CIT, COR, that Director Smith and his team will be in that process. And for us, it's not a scoring process. Again, it's not a testing process. It's a let's have a conversation. I have communicated to Director Smith that, if they have an idea of officers that they've sent kudos about, or repeat officers that they see something in them that would make them an ideal candidate for COR, then we need to have that conversation too. Because I think there's a couple units that we can afford to be picky and choosy about.
Yep, that makes sense. Thank you. So, as well as we do that a lot of the violent incidents involving residents across the country, that we've seen in police departments have come from these, specialized or targeted teams, not exclusively, but a disproportionate number of them. And that's been reported pretty widely in the media. How do we prevent, if we're going to have these kinds of teams in Durham, if we're going to restart this kind of policing, which personally, I have concerns about. I've communicated that pretty clearly. I think that the sort of broad net isn't the right direction, and that we have been moving in a different direction of very targeted focus on people who are most responsible for violent crime. But if we are going to do this kind of policing, how do we make sure that we don't fall into the same, that we don't create the same problems that other cities have had with these teams becoming just dangerous to residents?
So I don't want to speak in definitive. So what I can say is I can't definitively say that there's a 0% chance that could ever happen here in Durham. Right? Just like I can't say all the hard work we're doing for homicides, that there will never be another homicide. I think when you're talking about human beings and behavior, those things can happen and most likely will happen. The difference is what we are doing here in Durham is that we have competent leadership in place that is committed to ensuring that we have checks and balances. So making sure that we are checking body-worn camera, making sure that we are showing up and present. Our CAT sergeant, when we met, because we did have a meeting with all of our specialized unit supervisors after what happened in Memphis, because if we don't learn from that tragedy, then we are bound to repeat it. And so specifically asking them, do you check body-worn cameras? If so, how often? Do you check in on calls? Do you just let them go? I think when you leave a bunch of human beings to their while, things will happen. And if you allow them to feel like that's the culture, those things will happen. For us here, we are not allowing that in the culture. We are not going to allow that in the culture. And I'm committed, and you and I have had conversations to the transparency. I'm committed to rooting out those officers once we are aware, whether that's through officer self-reporting, because we have had officers actually come forward about the behavior of other officers in the last couple of years, most recently. Once we identify that officer, we will do everything that we can to ensure either that officer is corrected and they are successful in the correction, or they are no longer an employee of the Durham Police Department.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit more about the leadership piece, because that is something that we have pointed to often in Durham as a factor that we have said we don't think we're going to have these kinds of problems here because we have the police leadership that isn't going to allow that to happen. And of course, Durham has been in the spotlight because C.J. Davis was the very competent, in my opinion, police leader in Memphis, where Tyree Nichols' murder occurred. So while leadership is part of the puzzle, I don't think it's the complete answer to figuring out how to make sure the culture in these kinds of specialized units doesn't go off the rails. And I'm wondering, given the overall direction that we were going in Durham over the last couple of years of more of a narrow focus on particular people who are responsible for violent crime, what you feel is the advantage of pursuing this broader approach, and in what way do the benefits then outweigh the risks of these specialized units becoming increasingly dangerous?
So I will say, when I've done a lot of research about the Durham Police Department in the last couple of years, officers have never been directed to not be proactive. I think COVID, when we had COVID staffing, the kind of the feeling that was about police and law enforcement, that prevented them from wanting to do anything further. Here's what I will say. So I don't believe at this point, looking at and knowing and evaluating the units that we have, there is not an increasingly dangerous component to it. I will not say that my units are increasingly going to be dangerous. I don't know what everybody else is doing out there with their units, but I will not say that about my units. What I will say is that they know the culture and the vision of the Durham Police Department and how it aligns with the city of Durham to treat everyone in a fair and just and equitable manner, no matter where they live, no matter what their skin color is, no matter how they identify. It is equal treatment for all. And they also know that they do have a leadership team that will take appropriate action, and they know that we have the support to do so by our not only our community but our management team. When we talk about identifying behavior in officers, and I always tell community members this, is when they say, "Well, I didn't file a complaint," but you have a responsibility to notify us, because you never know if that one complaint is one of many or the first one. But either way, we have to know. We can't always be there with our officers 24/7, but certainly we can set the standard of expectation that that behavior is not going to be tolerated in the Durham Police Department.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate what you said about complaints. We do encourage people, if they have a problem, to file a direct complaint. I think, a lot of residents are uncomfortable dealing with the police and also don't trust that the complaint process is fair because it's an internal process and there's not really any oversight over it. And so sometimes it's been hard to convince people that, if you do file a complaint, that it will be taken seriously. So it's good to hear you say that they are. One way I will note that the police officers have been directed in a particular way was that under Chief Davis, we did have a policy of limiting stops and searches, having written consent for search. And the CAT team is increasing stops and searches, whereas previously we were intentionally trying to decrease that. And so can you tell us why you're changing the direction that we're headed with regard to traffic stops and vehicle searches?
So we haven't, and I'll have to go and see what policy that is that you're referring to, because in our general order, there's nothing in our general orders and policies that say that. What we tell our officers is that if you can cite someone or warn them, why not do that? That is in policy. We have never, ever tried to limit enforcement of any North Carolina general statute. We've never tried to limit enforcement of our task force officers for any federal statute. What we have said to our officers is you have discretion. If you can warn, we want you to warn. If you can cite, we want you to cite. That's been the direction, and from the numbers that we have, they've done that more times than they haven't. We do still have, and I'm still committed to both a body-worn camera, acknowledgement, consent to search. You have my consent to search the vehicle, but also committed to keeping, and we still do have the policy of they will need to follow it up with a written consent.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, the written consent policy is great. The thing I'm specifically referring to is that we eliminated checkpoints. So you still don't have checkpoints. Okay.
No, I have no intention of bringing checkpoints back. I think I have my feeling about traffic checkpoints, right? I have my feeling. One, I think that they're, when we do them with the governor's highway safety program with MAD, that's a statewide initiative. But as far as setting up checkpoints in communities, we don't do that.
Okay, so can you describe how, like, if the CAT team were to goes into a community and is conducting these traffic stops, like, how is that different from a checkpoint? They're just not doing it at one intersection?
So, so essentially a traffic point is set up at one specific location. Oftentimes it's after, if there's a complaint of, speeding or something like that, there's these speeding checkpoints or, license check, whatever that might be. But with our CAT teams, they stop people based upon North Carolina general statute. So it's not like they're looking for people to stop. They are stopping people based upon observed statute violations.
Okay, just in a particular area.
In
So
any
they're not,
in any
like,
area.
stopping okay. So a checkpoint you would describe as something where the police set up and they just like stop every third person or something.
Or they stop every one.
Okay.
It's every one or every third one, whatever they kind of decide, they do that.
Gotcha. So there are, violations of general statutes that I think we would all say are pretty minor, like having an expired registration or a busted tail light, that have very little safety implication to them. So you're stopping folks for these violations in these particular neighborhoods that are targets for criminal activity. And like, it seems like the violations are a pretense to get to a stop and a search because they're in an area where there's been higher crime. Are you actually concerned about, safety issues, or are you doing something else?
So we don't do stop and frisk. We don't manufacture or use things just to simply get into a car. When we stop someone, it's so tent violation, license plate out of date. As a city employee, I'm held, my tags have to be current. My taxes have to be current. I can't have illegal tent on my vehicle. Those are safety concerns. What you will see in tent, especially now with the tent that we're seeing on cars, you absolutely cannot see in the car. So what that means is at night, if anyone is driving home, they can't see out either. So just as you can't see in, they can't see out. And that is a safety issue for, not just only for our officers when they're stopping cars, because we do make them roll down their windows, front and back, when we stop them for tent violations. And most often, those do result in verbal warnings. But, we don't have any data that supports that we are stopping and then saying, oh, hey, we'd like to search your car. That's not what we are doing.
So the data that you gave us showed that 80% of the stops were for vehicle or regulatory violations.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't think that data showed, like,
so that doesn't
why
always
stop all
mean
those people for that?
intent.
Right, it could mean.
That could mean a license
plate
plate
expired.
by the North Carolina General Statute that's out of date, and that could also indicate an insurance stop on the car. So if you were to get in a traffic accident and you have insurance and the person that hits you did not, that's a problem. And so that could mean insurance hasn't been paid, which will indicate that on the license plate itself, with the license plate being out of date. But I mean, when we stop people for regulatory violations, it could be the tag is out, it could be the tent, it could be that they're not even operating their headlights. So we would have to take a deeper dive. Regulatory, there's a whole broad meaning of vehicle regulatory versus kind of driver violations.
Right. I'm gonna stop and let other folks ask questions. Thank you. I think that we have had there's been a broad direction in the police department of focusing on individuals responsible for violent crime and not on minor violations like tinting and expired plates and busted taillights and smoking weed. Like those have been things that we have been trying to move in the direction of not having as much law enforcement involvement. And that's why I find this concerning, is I feel like that direction is the right direction, that we need to be focusing on the people who are causing the most harm in our communities, and that this is taking us away from that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Any other questions? Councilmember Johnson.
Oh, my gosh.
Get out of my head. Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Chief. I do want to shout out Officer Beckett, because he was my officer on the pit count lead a few weeks ago with Housing for New Hope, and he did a fantastic job. So shout out to him. I just had a couple of questions. So I really appreciated the U visa slide. Essentially our numbers are going up, which is good. I mean, good and bad, right? These are victims of crime, so they were targeted. So that is not good. Can you talk a little bit about, maybe, do you think that it's potentially folks are feeling safer coming forward? Like, what do you think is happening there?
Well, and you're talking about the U visas, right? So I think, so I can only speculate, but I think the work that, and I'm going to highlight, Captain Packard has been doing, in addition to the work that Officer Avila and the rest of our liaison team have been doing to really talk about U visa and the U visa program. Captain Packard he communicates regularly with the attorneys that send, and he goes through, so this is what you did wrong on this, and we need this, this, and this. So I think that has led to an increase of maybe feeling more comfortable with filing and filling out the U visa applications, but also knowing that, this is an option for you. I mean, if you've been a victim of a violent crime and it meets these requirements for certification, then we want you to come forward, and we want you to. So we've been putting that message out consistently, which I think is very important.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm just to shout out, the city does fund an immigrant legal defense fund through Justice Matters. And this is one of the reasons I would, in particular, wanted to champion that work, because the intersection here is so important for folks. They've already experienced a traumatic incident that often, in communities that often don't like to report or go to police officers. So I just applaud your efforts on that. With the CAT team, I missed the section with the selection of officers. I had The concise history is one portion, but I forgot, I didn't write down the second thing that you mentioned there.
Sorry, I was talking fast.
It's okay.
The balanced activity. So we want to make sure that we're looking at what their enforcement, but also what are you doing in the community?
Got it. Thank you, community. Okay, and then, you know, I do resonate with a lot of what Councilmember Johnson said. I'm kind of listening and waiting to see. You know, we have done a lot of work to get to this kind of, there are the folks that we know who are repeat offenders, who are causing much of our violent crime. So I appreciate all the questions there. I don't have more, but I applaud in general just all the efforts that I've seen under your leadership around recruitment, around transparency. But I do have a lot of concerns around moving away from kind of a general philosophy and how we're approaching crime in the city. I also know that we have a lot of violent crime, in particular gunfire and gun violence, and so that we're in a very kind of, you know, tough place on how to move forward with that. But I look forward to hearing more. I do at some point want to have a conversation. I don't know how much you've been paying attention to some of the bills being put forward in the General Assembly. I don't want to spend too much time there because we have several other presentations, but I may be reaching out because that's going to have an impact on your officers, and I will say that it gives me, and I'm sure your officers, a lot of cause for concern, and that does interplay with the kind of CAT enforcement that y'all are doing around some of these minor kind of, you know, it's a license plate that's out. It's somebody who's not, you know, their tint is off, or one of these, you know, we consider minor, and we do not allow undocumented folks to drive in the state, and people also have to get to work. So I do want to have a conversation of what that in particular, what you're doing with the CAT team, how it's going to intersect with our immigrant communities if some of this legislation passes at the General Assembly.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caballero. Councilmember Halsey Hyman.
So just two more. And I just want some clarity because maybe I'm not really understanding, because I thought the CAT team was an innovative way to also find, you know, people who are doing things that might create some violent crime. Is that correct, not correct? Or is it just that they're stopping people to stop it? You know, I didn't think that, but I just want some clarity because that's what it's sounding to me like, that the CAT team is just stopping people for licenses and other things like that. But I thought they also are in the community doing some other things around violent crime. Could you just speak to that? Because maybe I'm confused.
Yeah, so they're doing both. So a part of the CAT team's responsibility is to first really look at what violent crime has happened. So in some of our recent violent crime cases, recent homicide cases, the CAT team has been instrumental in assisting our organized crime division and other units with their workload, right? So they've been instrumental in that. But also, too, their responsibility is to assist uniform patrol, to function as because they are patrol officers, to function as patrol officers as well, and being visible.
And last week, my phone was being blown up by a meteor about ShotSpotter, and the fact that I think it might have been a homicide or in Parkwood. I might not be
Park
saying
Avenue.
Right, Park Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
About the fact that maybe was an area that ShotSpotter was at or not, and so I don't know if you could speak to that. But again, as I said to the people who kept emailing me and calling me about making a statement, is that it is a pilot, that there, you know, needs assessments are going to continue to go on, and we have to kind of just see where it's at. But I just want you to speak to that if you can, because last week they kept calling me.
So when last two homicides, ShotSpotter failed to provide an alert, and so, you know, yes, we recognize technology, but we also recognize from the Durham Police Department standpoint that we have a responsibility to ask the tough questions. You know, what happened? How often has this happened before at previous agencies, this kind of thing. And so, and then we request that ShotSpotter go back and they do their own research and then provide us with an answer as to, so what happened, you know, as best that they can gauge what happened. And so we will hope to have a better picture with the next quarter and be able to provide you better information for those particular incidents. I know ShotSpotter is still doing some research back with some of their sensors.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Hosey Hyman. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Dr. Hyman, for addressing that. I didn't get to follow up, and I appreciate that follow-up. I did want to ask a question, though. What is a 200-round drum magazine?
So it's my understanding, it's literally, it looks like a drum, and it has the ammunition inside of it. So it just functions through, it cycles through.
And that's on a gun?
Mm-hmm.
And that was found in the backseat of a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Within the city of Durham by the CAT team. And I just want to note that I am alarmed that there were 826 stops and only 56, hold on, let me just get the right numbers. Don't have to guess because there's an actual report. 50 of the 62 total firearms seized by the unit during this time period, and 11 of them were reported stolen. And so all of this is coming out of this CAT team, stops. And while I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments of Councilmember Johnson and, making sure that we're very critical on who's doing the stopping, what they're doing when they stop, and how we process going forward, because people can get caught up in it.
Absolutely.
In a very bad situation that they can't undo. I'm mindful, and I want to appreciate the way that you stated it very plainly, that the officers who understand the nuances of our city, our state, and our country are using their discretion, which is why it's more important to put the emphasis on our trainings and making sure funding is available so that the trainings can continue, so that they actually know when to do a warning, to cite, or to arrest. And so I am really, I'm sitting here trying to figure out how best to structure support, because I feel like if we put more of our investment and time in the officers and their abilities to actually navigate in these spaces around who's in our population creating the harm, that we'll be better served rather than just making it kind of a us against them situation in any instance. And so I would love to hear suggestions. You don't have to do that today, but I do want to ask. And I also have two requests or two thoughts about the way that clearance rates are documented. And so acknowledging that there's an opportunity if the Federal Bureau of Investigations is no longer doing it the same way, maybe we can show them how it should be done. And we should document by race, gender, and socioeconomic status so that we're showing the disparities in how clearances actually happen. Because I've always tried to put the emphasis on our investigative work that needs to happen in order to close those cases. Those cold cases that are still sitting open are family members on the other end of them, and that harm is not being addressed if we don't know who created it. And so I think on Monday I mentioned a little bit of that, and it just really draws me in to no end, because I'm sitting here like, if you're still doing supplemental, and if you are doing patrol, I don't know that we're serving our city to the best of our ability. And this is going to tie back to how our growing city is growing and ripping at the seams regarding fire and EMS. So that also means police, because where someone's in cardiac arrest and an EMS or fire can't get to them, that's an officer. And so if you have to respond as the chief of police and do CPR, I don't know that we're doing our job as a city, and that's concerning to me. That's the most concerning thing for me right now, because I don't think that puts our department in a good position to actually make sure that the officers are trained and prepared to deal with whatever may come to them. I'm just taking all of the conversation in, and I mean, if the target is 5 minutes and 48 seconds, I'm already dead. So I just, yeah. The last few incidents where officers have been called for a child who'd been shot. I don't know that 5 minutes and 48 seconds is bearable. And so I want us to really be vigilant about how we make sure that officers are prepared, how we make sure that we have enough officers available to actually respond in a timely manner, because no one wants to be in need of an officer and not be able to get one. And that's not just by want, by actual critical need. And I'm mindful that, to Councilmember Johnson's point, that, anytime there's a stop in the middle of the night can create the situation that they had in Raleigh, or the situation they had in Memphis, or any other city in this country where police have, taken the life of someone, unfortunately, as a murder. And I definitely don't want to see that in our city. And I'm confident that the leadership team of Durham, because it's not just one person, it is a whole department, is in position to do that work, but we've got to be supportive. And so I want to make sure that if there's, like I said, any suggestions you would like to make over the next couple of months, this is the third quarter, before we get to the fourth quarter, if we could have that.
We'll do it
that would be
first quarter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Freeman.
One more thing, I'm
One
sorry.
more comment.
And I would also ask if average calls for service could be split out by district.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
That's all.
All right, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for a great discussion on a very important topic for our city. But I just want to tell the chief that I am very supportive of the direction that you're taking the department in. CAT teams have been around a long time, some version thereof here in Durham. And so I am glad to see that you have updated what that process looks like for Durham. I think our numbers are indicative of your and your staff's hard work, along with others in the community who are helping to combat the problem. But I do want to remind the public that there are dualities of dangers when a stop is made. There is not only the person who's being stopped that could be dangerous, to the officers may have some interactions that folk talk about a lot, where their conduct has led to death. But there are also the instances where officers are placed in danger at that particular time. I had to sentence the gentleman who shot the highway patrolman in the face behind a traffic stop. So there is a lot of unknown and very dangerous aspects about that. And there's a balancing act, but it is necessary for officers to stop cars. That's a part of the regulatory of traffic, is to stop people who are in violation of traffic laws. That's one of their basic tenets of duty. So I commend you that somehow or another, in this very kind of place that's wrought with fears on both sides. I still get nervous when I see the police lights go off behind or close by. I think we all probably have that. You don't want to be that person that stopped. And I'm sure that there's not a time that an officer makes a stop that it doesn't cross their mind as to some level of whether this will be my last stop. So there's the dualities of dangers that I commend you all for being able to kind of take a look at. But more importantly, I think what has really kind of amazed me is the fact that we can, and I have to tell it like it is, because that's who I am. And people may not like it, but I'm not up here to be liked. I have enough friends who like me. When you talk about these incidences, there is not that kind of public outcry when it's black on black crime without the officer involved. There were no protests for that kid that died at Hillside. I don't know how many people in this community called to make sure that the principals and those teachers at Hillside were okay. And that seems to be the conversation where protests need to happen. There are no protests after most of these shootings. We may have a vigil, but there are no protests. And I'm just going to leave that right there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, any other comments? All right, and I'll just share a few remarks. I may be the eternal optimist here. I think that Durham is well on its way to being a model for progressive policing or progressive public safety. And I think that we're well on our way to being an example of how we could, display multiple approaches to public safety for this nation. As I was a panelist at Hillside for the State of the Urgency play recently, one thing that I did say was, there are a few things that your local government will not be. We won't be your personal investor, and we won't be your personal protector if you won't engage in helping us protect you. And so that is a shout to our community members that, again, when you see something, say something. Police as a model is a reactionary construct, and we want to settle matters before it has to bring your department into it. So that is for that. I was also going to mention, about the Hillside situation. When it comes to these young black boys and crime on one another, I know that mentoring is a part of it. That's why I engage in it so much. But, the other thing is we're going to need the other energies to help, really apply pressure on how we address that. And that could be, economically, it could be housing, it could be whatever root causes that are pushing folks to this type of behavior. But we do have to name it. We have to say it. We have to identify when it happens. And we can't keep quiet. And I say this to, members all over the community, and including my white brothers and sisters. It's okay to say, look, this is a problem. And it's okay for my black brothers and sisters and brown brothers and sisters to say the same thing. It's a problem. We got to call it what it is of what we're experiencing in Durham. So I appreciate, the work that you all are doing. And the reality is we do have to keep this community safe. That's your job. And I will always commit to the same scrutiny that we are having on you all as I did in education. And I appreciate your comments on human behavior. Whenever humans are involved, we as humans, I don't like pedestrians when I'm driving a car, unfortunately, right? So now I'm talking about humans. I don't like humans sometimes. I am one. So this is a matter of self-reflection. As long as we're involved, we can never have absolute, confidence that something won't go awry. And so I appreciate the culture that you're setting in your department, and that is just vital. Because if folks fear, that they're being watched, if folks, respect the culture that this is not acceptable, then, they'll think, multiple times about trying something. And I could appreciate you having a watchful eye on eliminating those personalities. That's pretty much all I have to say. I did want to ask you to identify your team who's here. Everyone, I know we can't identify all 500, but thank you for the service that you all are doing. If you could just, introduce the folks, your team with you.
My team, I want to stand up. Captain Packard, you all know Crystal Price, Ms. Dancy, Lieutenant Tate, and then I've got my assistant chiefs. Can y'all stand up, please? Thank you. Assistant Chief Tate, Clancy, Jackson, and Mr. Sheese. He's our team as well. And I think I have my deputy chiefs and another assistant chief, Deputy Chief Montgomery, Bishop, and Assistant Chief Anthony. They are all a part of our family.
Thank you so much. So second round of comments, which won't be long. So Councilmember Johnson.
Hyman. We're going to have to switch.
Councilmember Hosey Hyman.
Okay, so I'm sitting here burning up because I also wanted to make a comment, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for saying what you said, because I do feel that sometimes the police gets a bad rap. And I want people to understand that they put on uniforms every day and go out in this community and protect all of us. And I don't know if I would do that. So I want us to stop giving them a bad rap, and I want us to start supporting them. And I'm also very happy about the innovative different strategies they're using with the different teams. But, you know, I have law enforcement people in my family. My husband just retired, and I'm glad he's home. But every day he went out there and he put that uniform on, he was probation and parole. And that's what he told me, actually, that it was harder to do it down here than in New York City. Right? So there was places that he went into that he didn't even know what was going to be on the other side of that door. And every time he left, I always prayed for him. But he's home now on my couch, and I'm thank God for that. But I just get tired of just the negative comments all the time. When would you do that? Would you put on a uniform and go out and protect everyone in this city? Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
I want to end on a positive note and note that I couldn't quite see the photo, so I didn't realize it was Captain Sepekis. Is he here by any chance? I do want to congratulate.
No, ma'am, he's probably listening, though. No,
I do want to congratulate him on the national.
FBI National Academy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yes.
And I want to make sure we don't lose him to the FBI. I want to be clear.
Oh, he's
which
not going
camera
anywhere.
do I need to look
Yeah,
at.
he's not going anywhere.
You can't leave. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
Thank you for the privilege. Occasionally, I do jump in. This has been a fairly lengthy meeting portion here with the police chief, but I did not want it to pass this particular time without saying thank you to Chief Andrews. Chief Andrews has only been back in Durham a little bit over a year, and we work together 24/7, 365, pretty much every day of the year. And the dedication that she leads with and the members of her team as the city manager of the whole city, her team is one of the shortest teams that we have in terms of our vacancies. And they're constantly working on ways to use the resources that they have, as many others you're going to hear from today, but this team in particular, to continue to do the work that is before them and the mission that they have. And I wanted to say thank you today, Chief, and every day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I did have one final question as well. What would it take for, and we can apply pressure if needed, for the report that you all are going to provide based on shots fired in comparison to ShotSpotter? How consistent can we have that information? Because we don't want preferential data. We want to make sure that it's telling the whole story.
Yes, so what we will do is we are working on a data platform. So essentially it will be on our ShotSpotter Durham. So you'll have ShotSpotter's monthly report, and then you'll also have our data that we have developed or that we have identified to go along with that. So you could see kind of the side-by-side comparison. You can expect just a update from me quarterly on ShotSpotter, but really the data itself will be updated. And I think we're trying to have some conversation as to whether we're going to do it every 2 weeks or just do it monthly, so that it coincides with ShotSpotter's data release.
Now, is this supplemental or comparative?
No, this will be supplemental report.
Okay, got you. That makes sense.
Probably a little bit of both. I mean, you'll be able to see some similarities in what their report looks like and then some of the data that we will provide, but we will also provide some additional data.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think that'll be great information to help us determine, a way forward. Thank you, Chief. And I think the best part I love about you and your team is when I see y'all out of uniform, I appreciate the human side of you. I don't ever want to just leave it out to just being a system or a block or a thing. You are human, and I appreciate all you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next topic.
All right, I am going to ask that we skip around a bit and ask that we have our affordable housing deep dive next. I think our last two presentations are internal to us, and so because we have our members of our Durham Regional Association of Realtors to present our acts, that Councilwoman Hosey Hyman allowed them to present next. And thank you all for being patient. I bet you never thought it was going to be quite that long. All right. I'll turn it over to you, Councilwoman Hosey.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to ask for our number 12 on our agenda presentation, Affordable Housing Deep Dive presentation from our Durham Regional Associations of Realtors. And I think our presenter will be Sheila Wilkins, right? She is the CEO of the Durham Association of Realtors. Welcome and thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, Mayor O'Neill and our city council members. Thank you so much for the time. My name is Cindy Burns. I am the president of the Durham Regional Association of Realtors. Our association consists of almost 1,600 members who serve the real estate needs of citizens in and around the Durham area. We thank you for the invitation to discuss this most important topic of affordable housing for all. Working together on this matter is of utmost importance to us. Durham has enjoyed robust growth over the last decade, although with the current growth restrictions and in conjunction with limited housing supply, our end result is higher prices and less options for our citizens. This has affected so many potential residents who are employed here in Durham, but unfortunately cannot afford to live here in Durham. Housing is an important issue in our community, and with Durham's projected population growth in the coming years, more housing will be required. I would like to take just a moment to recognize David Smith, who is with us. He is the co-chair with our legislative committee. Thank you, David. And we will proceed with our program. It is my honor to introduce our first speaker, and that is Yvette Carpenter, and she will discuss the down payment assistance. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Cindy, and thank you to Madam Mayor and City Council members and City staff. My name is Yvette Carpenter. I'm a mortgage loan officer at Truist Mortgage. I have over 25 plus years of experience with doing mortgage loans and also serving the community at large, and primarily also helping low to moderate income borrowers. In April of 2022, many lenders within the community, we were asked to attend a training that was presented by Community Home Trust, and it was for an affordable housing initiative to offer up to $20,000 in down payment assistance to eligible home buyers. And primarily these home buyers were, low to moderate income buyers. And as of yesterday, that none of the home buyers, none of the participants in the program have actually been able to use the program. And the reason being is that, well, there's, one of the reasons, I tried to actually use the program in December of 2022, and I was actually told that the city did not have an underwriter for the program. And it is my understanding that, this money, part of this money was from a bond, but also it was part of some of the money was being provided by the Home Funds Department. And with a year has passed since that time, and we've seen higher prices. We've also seen interest rates go up. And I'm coming today on behalf to try to give some remedies of how we can get some of our buyers to be able to use this program and to be able to live in the community in which they work, but also achieve the dream of home ownership. And I think that that's key to building equity within all communities, but especially within communities of color. So some of the recommendations that we came up with would be, A, to have the city provide an underwriter to underwrite their own program that was created by them. Also, to, some of the down payment assistance programs like the City of Greensboro, the City of Raleigh, they have increased the amount of funding. Right now, the City of Durham program allows for up to $20,000. We honestly think that this needs to be increased. The North Carolina Housing Finance Agency in Raleigh has a program where it used to be $30,000, now they're actually offering $50,000. So I think that with more of the assistance be able to be used by the individuals, I think that will help them get into a better price point. The other recommendations I would have would be, for example, North Carolina Housing, the City of Raleigh, they will allow you to go up to a 45% max debt-to-income ratio, whereas the City of Durham program only allows for 43. And you may see that's only 2%, but sometimes that 2% is the difference between you being able to get qualified for that first home versus not. The other things that we could look at is there's some types of income that the City of Durham program would not allow to be used. For example, when we're doing conventional loans or we're doing FHA, we are able to use child support. We're able to gross that up because it's non-taxable income. So, but the City of Durham program does not allow for that. The other recommendation would be for us to use the mortgage credit certificate that's offered through North Carolina Housing, and we're able to use that as income, which would help the client better be able to qualify. And lastly, one of my suggestions would be that we really need to look at the area median income of the program, because quite frankly, in Durham, if you look at the average sales price of $300,000 and you assume an $1,800 a month payment, you would need to earn about $67,500 to afford that mortgage payment. Well, for a one-person family, the City of Durham program, you're limited to $53,000. So unless we increase those income limits, we will have very little people that will actually be able to benefit from the program. And lastly, my comment would be to, we have to have some type of scorecard. If we're not using the money, we have to look at why we're not able to use it. What are the circumstances surrounding of why we're not able to use it? And there should be some type of absorption rate that we're using, a 90-day maybe checks and balances to say why has it taken a year for us to address this, but also why has not one client been able to benefit from these funds? And that is my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. And I don't know if you might have questions for me, but I don't know what the process is.
I am going to call on Madam Mayor. Did you know? Councilman Freeman, do you have a question?
I have like 6 of them, but it's probably for staff, so I can hold it, or?
Any of our other council members have any questions for Ms. Yvette Carpenter? Anybody else? I would like you, first of all, thank you for the information, and it might be in here, but some of the things that you kind of compared to like what Raleigh does, but can you is that in the presentation, or can you give me those?
Yeah. So for example, the City of Raleigh will allow the MCC credit. And typically the MCC credit, you'll get a credit of up to $2,000 a year. We're able to we divide that by 12. We allow the client, we add $170 to their income, And we're able to use that to help them get into a home and be able to be better qualified. When I tried to do it in December, I was told that the city of Durham would not allow me to use that income. They would not allow me to gross up child support, which is considered non-taxable income. And they have seemed to be able to adjust to what we feel like is such a fast-paced real estate market, and they saw a need to increase the amount of funds, whereas we, you know, in Durham, we don't seem to be able to make that shift as quickly. And because at the end of the day, we are serving a community that they're doing every single thing that they can to try to get into the home. They're working with the homeownership counselors to try to come up with budgets that would allow them to not only buy the house, but stay in the home. And we can't create barriers to being able to be successful with the program. And I can certainly provide more in detail in terms of how, you know, the two programs may, and their guidelines, but those are just two of the ones that I really, that's why I wasn't successful in closing a deal in December, is because of those
Thank you,
two.
because I thank you for the recommendations in terms of how you think, because if you can even just send them to me too, because I'd like to be able to advocate for us to be able to move in some of these directions, you know, so thank you. Councilman Freeman, you have 6 questions for staff.
I don't know if that's directed to Manager Page or to Community Development. Okay. So first, I would just say, is there an underwriter currently in the program?
I'll ask staff to come up, please, and respond as you have the response.
And I can say a couple of them at a time. And then also, has the 20,000 been looked at, and the max debt and child support as a non-taxable piece of income? And are we using, is there a way to tie our loan amount to like an average median income or average, based on average sale price? And the scorecard, I feel like we have a scorecard. I didn't see you there, Mr. Johnson. I was just running on.
Oh, that's okay, thank you.
Oh, my.
Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development. So I'll respond in this way. There's some great suggestions. Some of them we are actually already doing. So what happened when we released our guidelines earlier, we realized that the structure of the program needed to be changed because federal regulations had changed. So we needed to go back to the drawing board, which we have done. And actually, from the suggestions that have been made, 3 of them that are in the new guidelines that I reviewed with staff just last week. You know, in terms of increasing the amount, we'll be definitely doing that. In terms of a couple of the others, we'll be doing those. And some of them we just going to have to look at because our basis is the HUD definitions in terms of HUD regulations that we'll be using. But I think that those are some good suggestions, and 3 of them we're actually already will be in our guidelines.
I would just ask if it's possible to kind of memo those 3. Once you've got it all lined up, that'll be helpful so that we can at least figure out how to work on the rest of them.
I'll be glad to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just one additional thing, around the underwriter, do we have an underwriter identified in this program, or is there one moving towards?
We do have underwriting capability in-house. That's number 1. 2, we do need to have it outsource it, and we're going to have to we're working with CHT to see whether that's something that they're interested and able to do. But if not, we'll be able to outsource the underwriting. But the bottom line is we will need, by regulation, to have an underwriter, which we did not have in the first set of guidelines that we issued.
That's sad. And I would also ask along those same lines, if you could identify your exceptions beforehand so that whomever the underwriter is can actually move quickly to address the situation. So whether you need to call committee meetings, I should say that I'm now an underwriter in my new position, and being able to call those committee meetings quickly so that you can actually attend to a buyer trying to make a purchase is helpful. So if there are exceptions we can make based on HUD guidelines, I would think that it would be helpful to line that up in the front of the process so that whomever's working with that mortgage broker or the realtor have that information up front.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that will occur. We're actually, in the month of March, going to be having a meeting with lenders, as we said, reveal the new guidelines, and we share that what the new program will look like and what those exceptions would be. I would also share that in terms of the, area median income, the defense of our programs across the board for community development, our involvement in affordable housing is tied to HUD's AMI, whether we use local dollars or federal dollars. And so that is an important piece.
And can you say specifically what percentage of AMI? Because I
Yes,
saw
ma'am.
something like 80.
80%, it's 80% of AMI.
And if there's any possibility to move to 100%, that would be, like if that were one exception, that would be one area to kind of ask the question to HUD in advance.
Yes, but I can tell you what HUD will say.
I think we should pursue it though.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from our council here? Okay.
Hello.
Welcome.
How y'all doing? My name is Germany McNeil. I'm a realtor in the community. I've been doing this since 2001. I'm the owner of Durham Real Estate and Management Services, and I'm here to talk about the money that was allocated for ADUs when we got the affordable housing bond. There's $2 million that was set aside, and discussions have been made to reallocate this money because it hasn't been used. And I would like to request that the money not be reallocated. I would like to request that the city partner with self-help to create a program that will implement an affordable way to build and finance ADUs. Self-help is currently involved in a pilot program in California. They did a program in Los Angeles with ADUs. They're currently doing one now in Oakland, and they want to do a third pilot in the Raleigh-Durham area. And I think this would be a great opportunity for us to try to navigate ADUs because I feel that we need to explore all options in future housing as we continue to grow. With these ADUs, there are programs in California that have been able to successfully create a program that will allow homeowners to take advantage of special financing and programs that can assist them in building the ADU affordably so that they can charge an affordable rent. And I went to an ADU conference last year, in April of last year in Portland, Oregon, and I was able to see firsthand how the program has worked and how it has evolved over time, and basically showing that by having the city of Durham to back this program, we can create where homeowners that decide to build the ADU, we can create restrictive covenants that would require them to rent the ADU out at an affordable rate for an extended amount of time. Some suggestions to how the money could be used would be to buy down interest rates, or it could work similar to the CPLP program through North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, where they can take a portion of the cost of the ADU and put it into a second mortgage that's interest-free. The money does have to be paid back, but it will be paid after the first mortgage is paid off. And that would lower their monthly mortgage enough to be able to offer the unit at an affordable rent. One of the issues that we've had with trying to get this passed is that the community development does not have the capacity to assign people to oversee this program. And so that kind of leads into the next item that I am addressing as far as staffing with the county, the city, and with the housing authority. There are several programs that are already in place to help our residents with affordable housing, but they're not operating as they should because we're short-staffed. The workers are overwhelmed. They can't handle the amount of correspondence that's coming in on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and we're continuing to have people move here. And I know that Durham has, we have appreciated very rapidly over the last few years, and we weren't completely prepared for this type of growth. And so what I would like to suggest is partnering with our local universities, Durham Tech, Central, Duke, State, any of our universities that are in this area, to create a program that will train residents to go into these positions that need to be filled. Right now, the county's down about 300 employees, the city's down about 122, and the housing authority's down about 66 employees. And so we're seeing across the board that when we're trying to help residents to implement these programs, it's like going through an obstacle course. You know, like I said, we've got the programs in place, but it's so hard to use them that many times people are getting discouraged or they're becoming displaced. I have clients on a daily basis that are having to move out of Durham. Even though they work here, they're having to move out because they can't afford to actually live here. So that is it. Oh, and some suggestions for creating these programs with the local universities. I would like to suggest creating an incentive to go back to school for our residents, with the encouragement of job placement, because we do have jobs that are open, maybe having some type of tuition reimbursement, and then to reevaluate and identify the positions that we could create this pipeline for. I know at Durham Tech, they offer an associate's degree or certifications to meet requirements for a job. And I do feel that there are some positions that may need to be reevaluated because they may require a 4-year degree, and it may be something that they could get a specialized certificate in that would still allow them to perform their job at its capacity. Thank you.
My council, does anyone have any questions? Yes, for Councilman Freeman.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comment about the city, county, and housing authority job shortage. And I would like to suggest to council, I think I've mentioned a couple of times about maybe bringing back the housing roundtable discussions, the affordable housing roundtable discussions. And I think that it would be helpful for the kind of like in helping to identify all of those positions, because I don't think folks even know what they are and how the qualifications even line up across all three around housing. But I think it might be helpful in that roundtable discussion conversation to highlight some of this, as well as, and I made a note, as well as the kind of, to get feedback, so to speak, from our landlords, because there are ideas that are circulating in conversations that aren't happening with the city about what could be helpful to keep some housing affordable. Around the ADUs specifically, I would rather work with the Latino Credit Union because they do housing, maybe in partnership with self-help, but I think it would be helpful to bring them into the space. And it's like there's just so much that's not like tying together. And so the universities, the colleges, the residents, all of those could be something like stakeholder conversations in that roundtable discussions. And I don't know who leads, but I know it was the mayor's roundtable discussion before. So I'm just offering that suggestion again.
Councilperson Javier.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I actually don't have thank you for the information. It was great. This was just to respond to Councilmember Freeman's suggestion. Based on also the conversation that we had with the delegation the other day around the ability for us to develop workforce development housing. It wasn't just that there was clear indication from the General Assembly that we are allowed to do that, and our schools in our county are also very interested. I'm wondering, and that this is after that conversation, if we, because of this idea of housing, and there were some of us who were involved in the tenant conversation, if there should be a subcommittee at JCCPC.
You say I can hear.
Oh, I'm sorry, at JCCPC, at Joint City County Planning, because some of this with ADUs and others, it does overlay into planning and zoning issues. So.
Councilman Freeman? I would say that that's probably a really good idea, acknowledging that the ADUs are limited to probably stick-built, and there may be some conversations about other use or other materials that may be useful, like containers.
If council members agreeable, I can bring it up as the vice chair at JCCPC at our next meeting.
I'm agreeable. I think we need a thumbs up on around the dais.
And I've done some extensive research on the ADUs, and I didn't bring it today because we're doing a quick presentation, but I would love to share this information with you to show how we could piece this together to be able to work for the community.
I will definitely be following up.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. When we talk about the staffing issues, the one thing I'm kind of trying to balance, and if you could kind of provide some direction, is how can your industry be helpful in helping us? Because what I don't want is more work put on the already stretched folk as we try to be innovative in that space. You know, so you don't want to ask the people who are already being stretched to figure out how best to expand that pool of potential candidates coming in. Is that something that you all could kind of help us into trying to put together some of those partnerships with universities? It would, you know, it would be helpful to have folk who could kind of help carry that weight as we try to get more people into the pipeline.
Yes, ma'am. So, you know, today we were only able to talk briefly, but I've spoken with Candace Rashada at Durham Tech. She's part of Human Resource Development, who creates these classes. I'm working with her now because I'm actually been hired at Durham Tech to teach a class on financial literacy to help to promote homeownership. And also Dr. Lorraine Graves at NCCU. So we have partners at these institutions that are open and willing and ready to jump in and creating these programs. And I do have more information on that. So like I said, we were doing brief today, so I wasn't able to present everything that I have, but I would love to continue this conversation outside of the meeting to show that I've put together some feasible solutions that could actually work to be able to implement these items.
I'd love to have some follow-up conversations.
Yes, and then one last thing I would like to say, the Housing Authority offers home ownership where people that have a housing choice voucher, they can take that voucher that was paying their rent and they can use it to help with their mortgage, and it'll help pay their mortgage for 15 years. This program has been around for many years. I've been using it for the last 15 years that I've been using that program. But some changes were made. They took out the home ownership class and they moved it over to reinvestment partners. But there was also a class that they offered that explained to housing choice voucher holders how they could turn their voucher from renting into home ownership. I just recently closed a client at the end of December using that program, and the 2 years prior, no one had closed using that program. They don't advertise it. They don't try to encourage voucher holders to utilize this program. And when we went through the process this time, they no longer offered the class that explained to the voucher holder how to use the program. We kind of blindly had to reach out to the housing authority repeatedly, you know, asking for next steps. And I mean, we were told on numerous occasions from several different employees that I had one employee tell me that the program didn't exist anymore, which wasn't accurate. I had one employee tell me, well, I'm helping out, but I don't really know what I'm doing because I just got put in this position. So, I mean, it kind of goes back to what you all were talking about when we came in about making sure that people are trained. If they're being put into a position, making sure that they receive that training. But I think that the training has been lacking because there just aren't enough employees. There aren't enough employees, and then they're bringing in new employees that aren't aware of the program. So I just would like to see where we can use the local universities and the tech to provide the training, provide the information that's needed so that when they are getting promoted or going to that position, they're getting the support that they need so that we can implement the programs. Because I know we want to work on future housing, but there's programs that we already have in place that we need to work on because they have to work better in order for us to be able to grow.
Councilmember Johnson, then Freeman, then myself.
Thank you. I have a staff question, if that's all right, for Mr. Johnson. Thank you. So our speaker said that the money that had been allocated for ADUs was under consideration for reallocation. Can you clarify exactly what's going on?
The only thing that I can share with that is that we're working on a financial report that we're going to report to the manager. We have various categories. As I listed in the previous report, the money for ADUs has not been spent because we in fact have not done work on that in that area. And so one of the things that we have to work on is just with the increases in other areas, how do we balance the $160 million that we have to make balance?
Okay, so are y'all going to recommend that we reallocate that funding to another pot?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, we'll find out. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman, then myself.
Just reiterating, I think it would be helpful to continue some stakeholder conversations. And so if I need to set that up, I would love some help in that or direction in that.
See, you're looking at me. I would love to have and I think when I talked with the association, we love to have ongoing conversations. I think that's necessary. So we need to just try to figure out how we make that happen consistently, and not just conversations, but actually action that goes behind the conversations as well. So I love that we're able to do that.
Sorry, ma'am.
Oh.
Councilman Freeman.
And I'm not sure if it's possible to set up like even just 3 Zoom meetings for the next 3 months, but that would probably be enough to just give us some grounding to get the stakeholders together. Okay.
And I'm giving a thumbs up too. So you named 2 heavy hitters that I work with. And as a professor in the university, you have to get people at the table that's going to make things shake and happen, because we also have kind of silos in our universities. But Dr. Graves is in my department. Candace, I work with her. So you've got 2 heavy hitters at the table. And honestly, sometimes even us as professors, we have to do service stuff. We're tenure track, so we can get into developing certain programs because we have to also do service as part of us being in the tenure track. But those are 2 people that I know that are heavy hitters in terms of getting things done. So you have to make sure when you're going to start these things with the universities that you have people at the table that can kind of navigate and negotiate around the other bureaucracies that happen in the university. And I'm there, I'm in the social work department, so I work with Dr. Graves and willing to do that. And so I would love for us to, number one, can you send me some of the, like that program you just talked about that nobody knew about? I think that's my frustration too, because a lot of people in the community need these programs, and it's lack of communication, it's lack of them not knowing. And so if you can send me that, so when I'm out in the community and I'm talking to people and I can say, well, this, this is something else, we got to get it out. because it's kind of just disheartening to me that there are things that, and even with the young lady that came up from Truist Bank, like there's just these barriers that we really need to break down to be able to get what we need to get for our community.
We worked together on that client that we closed in December, and we fought. I mean, we had a Zoom meeting with the city of Durham trying to get that money for our client, but, you know, the cart was put before the horse. We had thousands of people that applied for that $20,000 in down payment assistance, and nobody could use it, and it's been a year. And through that meeting that we had was when we discovered that they didn't have anybody to underwrite the money, so it could not be dispersed.
So the only reason that they could not get dispersed was because of the underwriter situation?
Yeah, we didn't have an underwriter. Like I said, through that meeting, this list that we made that's on our agenda, I mean, it really was birthed from us having that meeting. But not having an underwriter was the biggest part of it, because the funds cannot be distributed without the underwriter. So even if we could get past all these other obstacles, we still wouldn't have been able to use it because there wasn't an underwriter. In the initial lender guidelines, they had assumed that whoever was doing the client's first mortgage would be able to underwrite the second mortgage for the down payment assistance, but that assumption was, it wasn't correct. And if we could hire an underwriter, I mean, I think that would be most beneficial, because there are other programs that have funds that have to be dispersed, so.
Madam Mayor, is there a way for us to have like a little committee to kind of work to kind of move some of this along in terms of, you know, I don't know.
Sure, and we can have you and
I'm willing, yes.
and Deidreana to kind of head that up, and I guess the three of us at some point, and anybody else that wants to be involved, it's over three of us. We of course we can't do it. We'll have to do an open meeting, but we need to devise a structure. I definitely think that we need to be in communication with the experts in this area. None of us are. So we're learning from everybody, from the city staff and from you all. And so I think it's beneficial that we have some type of ongoing conversation. The more we have conversations, the more that we learn. And so that's been great today.
If I can move us one step further. I would love to propose 3 dates: March 16th, April 13th, and May 11th.
We'll ask them to put those on their calendar and let us know.
You said May what?
11th. They're the third, I'm trying to offset Thursdays that we would normally have work session, so that it's a time frame that we can work within between 1 and 4 and figure out how all, like, at least the three of us can coordinate, so that works.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Neal, members of council. My name is Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates. I've stood before this council and past councils many times and requested approval on many different developments across our city and watched our city grow over the last 19 years since I moved here. Today, I'm here representing the Home Builders Association as part of the Durham Realtors Association and over 600 members of the Orange, Chatham, and Durham County Home Builders Association. As Don O'Toole mentioned a few weeks ago, our city does have some of, if not the strongest stormwater regulations in our state. I'm not here today requesting to relax those environmental regulations, but I am here to discuss the concern the Home Builders Association has with the land outside those critical watershed areas being removed from our urban growth boundary and eliminating it from future development. This includes approximately 5,000 acres of land being eliminated from development by this comprehensive plan. We're concerned that as this piece of pie gets smaller, the prices will continue to increase. We understand that some of these areas truly are future growth, like in North Durham, but I'm here today to encourage you to take a second look at remaining areas currently shown as future development on the proposed comprehensive plan. While North Durham may be a 20-year plan, areas like Southeast Durham are needed now to help our city grow and keep home prices affordable. Additional infrastructure and emergency services are required in areas like Southeast Durham, as well as new ordinances that will be before this council shortly. But these are items that we need to invest in now so our realtors can be selling homes in the next 5 years, especially when developers are willing to assist with these needs. Yes, providing an investment in these areas now, allowing development to continue now, it'll be nearly 5 years before homes can be constructed. In the fall of 2020, I was informed of a potential development in the Southeast Durham area. My team in my office has took this project through the rezoning in front of this council. We've nearly have site plan approval now, and construction documents are at Public Works being reviewed as we speak. The construction of the homes will not begin for approximately 12 to 18 months from now. For this project individually, that equates to approximately 4 years of work and investment that's needed prior to selling the first house. I mention this to help better understand that the time needed to plan, design, and engineer these developments before homes can be constructed is similar to the time needed to build the infrastructure and services also needed for these homes. By removing these areas from development now, we are decreasing the housing supply, increasing the housing costs. As a representative of the Home Builders Association, I encourage you to work with staff, take a second look at these areas identified as future growth in the new comp plan, and allow development to continue and move forward will provide affordability as our community grows. So thank you. I appreciate your time this afternoon. I believe Bram Lucknight is ready to speak next to discuss some smaller scale projects. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Council and Madam Mayor. Thanks for having us here today. We really appreciate your ear and taking the time to listen to what we have to say. I've been in real estate in Durham, residential real estate, for 20 years now. I'm a small-scale builder. I build about 12 houses a year in our city. I only work in Durham. I live in Durham, work in Durham. When I first started in this industry, most of the houses that were built in Durham were built by people that live in Durham. That's not the case today. Today, most of our housing stock is built by national home builders with out-of-town money, out-of-town interests. And so looking back at that and trying to figure out why did that happen? Well, the bottom line is what's happened is Durham has become so intense in the regulation that builders cannot afford to build here. We just recently completed a project where our development cost, in other words, not the land cost, but the things that the city required us to do in order to be able to have the right to build a house, exceeded $85,000 per lot. So that means even if you were given the land for free and you had to pay the $85,000 to get it approved to be ready, you can't build an affordable house in Durham. It just can't be done. When you add the construction cost and the entitlement cost, the amount of the home that is there is going to be more than somebody at 100% or 80% AMI can afford in this town. So this has sort of been a long process for us to get to this point. And if this council or our community decides to take steps to sort of roll that back and to look at ways that we might be able to have more local involvement in the creation of our housing, where we have builders that live in our community, understand our community needs, understand the nuances of our community, what people are looking for, where people work, where people want to live, those sort of things. We need to look at ways that the size of a project can correlate to the requirements that the city imposes on the project. So for right now, if I was going to go out and be a Horton and build a 1,500 lot community, or I'm going to be myself, I'm trying to build 8 houses on a couple of acres somewhere in Durham, I have the same requirements that they do. So when you're working at a scale of 1,500 houses, if you have a huge retention pond and you have the streets and the infrastructure and everything else that has to be completed, that can be absorbed over that quantity of homes. But what's happened here is since we have those same requirements even on small projects, people of my scale, my peers, are no longer here. My peers are building in Alamance County. My peers are building in Granville County, the same place that we see our residents moving to because they can't afford to live here. And so I would implore you to look at to look at the UDO and look at the ordinances and see how projects that are smaller may be able to be fast-tracked or streamlined. Up until about 2 years ago, we had something, and we still have what's called a minor final plat, a minor subdivision, where you have developments of less than 6 lots that don't have the same review. But what's happened a couple of years ago is stormwater has been added to that. So for instance, I live on 5 acres on Rosa Sharon Road. A couple of years ago, my wife and I were refinancing, and we wanted to cut off an acre of our land so that we could have a mortgage on our house, and then we could retain the excess land without a mortgage. Well, when I applied for the subdivision at the time, I was told by the city that we had to create a homeowners association. I had to build a stormwater pond, and had to have a stormwater agreement with the city. So all in all, to cut 1 acre off my 5 acres on Rosa Sharon was going to cost about $120,000, just in regulatory fees and things that the regulations required to do. So if we could get back to the situation where we could have up to 6 lot subdivisions where we don't trigger stormwater. In particular, and there's some other caveats that come with that, where there's not right-of-way dedication and those sort of things. That allows more of these smaller parcels that the big boys aren't interested anyhow to become housing for our residents in our city. Couple of other things to point out is some of the processes in Durham have gotten so convoluted because we have so much regulation that we as housing professionals in this city have a really hard time finding surveyors and consultants and engineers that are willing to work in this town. Just this morning, I was talking to a paving contractor about a requirement that we have in Durham to retest asphalt before the next coat is done that doesn't exist in other places. And he said, I hate Durham. This is why I don't work in Durham. And I hear that over and over, and it hurts me because I've lived here for 22 years now, and this is my town, but we don't have that sort of support, which narrows the pool, which then again increases the cost that ultimately are costs to the homeowners, and ultimately the reason that we can't develop housing at the price point that our residents need it to be. I also encourage you guys to look at the SCAD proposal that I think is scheduled to come before you next month. There's a lot of things in there that really support small local businesses and at the same time support delivering housing to our residents that's desperately needed. I also would like to, in closing, point out that if you look around Durham, so much of our naturally occurring affordable housing, the houses that are out there that for folks that are teachers, firefighters, or those sort of things, or starter homes, has been traditionally 4-unit apartment buildings, referred to as quads. And so we've got those all over town, in North Durham, South Durham, East Durham, West Durham. Right now, the way that the ordinance is written is if you want to create a building that's more than 2 units, you're required to have a site plan. So when you trigger a site plan in order to build 4 units, you're looking at maybe $100,000 in extra cost for that project, just to have it engineered and go through the approval process. If we were able to take that same piece of land that we see all over town already, and we were able to develop these small-scale apartment buildings, they're more likely to be locally owned by folks in our community that are more connected to the residents and to provide more opportunities for naturally occurring affordable housing in our town. So again, I really appreciate your time and your ear, and thank you very much.
I'm going to ask if my council has any questions. Madam Mayor?
Yes, will you commit to being on that committee that we've just...
Yes, ma'am.
I think I need everybody that's presented on that committee so far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the gentleman?
I'll wait until everyone's presented. It's a cohort, so I'll wait.
Councilman Freeman?
I would just like to point to staff and note that this would be specifically to what this gentleman is talking about as far as local development, what it might look like to actually do racial equity work in the zoning and inspections department. So I think I've raised this question a number of times, just acknowledging that our local developers have been squeezed out of the process. And I always get pushback around, this is a regulation, this is how it's set up. But I know that if we had the innovation to create a community health and safety department, that we could have the same type of innovation in our planning and zoning and inspections as well. So I'm just going to leave that there. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Councilman Williams to ask his question now. Thank you.
You're making me ask my question, Professor. Yeah, you raised a very, very, very good point. We talk about affordable housing more than any other thing, but we never really talk about how to make things affordable. And you brought up a lot of points that contribute to things being really expensive. And the more expensive it is, the thicker the filter is of who can afford to live in a home and who can't. So I just wanted to highlight, I appreciated that in breaking down those financial things. I'm going to ask that you could actually break that down and send that to me. So this will be after the meeting. I'll make sure you get my information. I want to better be able to insert that or incorporate that into our conversation and dialogues. When we're saying, we want affordable housing, well, we can't assume that someone is just going to donate that. We have to know all of the variables that contribute to the cost of housing. And I was speaking with the attorney. I'm going to ask this for staff at a later time as well, because I don't think Sarah is here. When the UDO was first written, it was just a couple of pages, and now, it's like an encyclopedia series. And so I was asking a question, have we ever considered repealing things that no longer, I know it was created for a reason, but also it was created for a reason back in the day. Do we ever take a chance to go back and look at what needs to be possibly repealed? So that's the question I'll be asking. We do have to work toward making, establishing roofs over folks' heads a lot easier. So thanks for bringing those points up.
And I just want to say, too, I thank you for your presentation, because you're talking about the barriers.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? That are barriers to us even trying to create affordable housing, which we know we need. So thank you for all of you educating us about this. Thank you. Our next presenter, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Linwood Cherry with Cherry Realty in Durham, North Carolina, going about 50 years, family company, so I've seen the city change quite a bit. Definitely want to thank all the realtors here today. Listening to everyone speak, and even you all, I feel the progression happening just here today. And so I'd like to conclude by just saying that everything that has been discussed can be simplified in the fact that the growth of our city functions are not meeting the growth of our city. The inner workings of our city are a need to catch up to the demand, put plans in place to grow with our ever-growing population. This growth within will directly affect housing in a positive way. And again, if you have any more questions, we're happy to answer more. And thank you again for having us, and look forward to a couple more meetings we have.
Okay. Don't go anywhere. We have Councilmember Caballero that wants to extra.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all the information presented today. I was just curious if folks could actually talk about our housing supply, since y'all are realtors, and what you are seeing as upcoming trends, the interplay between the higher interest rates. Are we going to see some decrease in housing costs and prices? Just curious to hear kind of your professional thoughts or opinions.
Sure, I can answer that.
And real quick, I'm sorry, and I would love to hear your opinion on our actual supply, because I see some of this out like online. Like our supply, we are not keeping up. If we did not build a new single house, when do we run out of housing? Things like that.
So costs are still up. The exact housing cost is still up, and inventory is low. Rates have dropped a little. They're back up. Okay. Where are we at right now today? 6, 7?
About 6 and 5/8.
Okay.
Almost 7%, which affects the first-time home buyer's ability to be able to even get into.
Right. Because if you do the math on that, as a year ago we were at 3.5%, and you add that to a first-time home buyer trying to find a $200,000 to $300,000 home that's not even out there, really, in Durham, you're adding hundreds and hundreds of dollars to a monthly payment. So, I mean, going back to the ADUs, that could be a huge help with an income to offset housing cost.
Could you share what you think our housing supply would be if we add tomorrow, not a single unit was added? How many months, when do we run out?
When we run out,
We already did.
Inventory.
one
Can you say that louder, please?
or
One or less what?
months.
Months. So if we paused all development in Durham
Right,
tomorrow, let's say, we have 1 month of housing supply.
right. Yes.
Okay. Could you send council these numbers? The reason we say that this is the body that does rezonings. The majority of all rezonings, even though we have a joint city-county planning department, which means county commissioners also weigh in occasionally, the 7 of us, for the most part, determine how much or how little, unless it's by right, development happens in the city, and also a board of adjustment. And so I was hoping that we would get these kinds of numbers today, because what you send us is a public record. This is an agenda item in front of every single resident. So I would love for you all to add to this agenda item on some of the things that y'all are sharing. There's lots that affects housing, but one of the core basic tenets is supply and demand. And the demand on Durham, in fact, last week, I think I saw it on WRAL, Charlotte, Raleigh, and Durham, North Carolina are all in the top 10 fastest growing cities in the United States.
The country, yes.
This is not going away. North Carolina is not going to stop being trendy and hot, and folks are moving here. And we have to figure out supply, which means that we have to build more housing. And I understand that that may challenge the character of our city or what folks are used to looking at. But we cannot determine how many folks are coming and going. And so it's critically important that we keep supply up. So I would love to have some numbers on that so that we can add this to the agenda packet. Thank you.
Councilman Freeman?
Thank you. I really appreciate Councilmember Caballero pointing that out, and that actually not only is the housing supply short, but the land supply is even shorter. So the way we use that land that we do have access to and the partnership that we create with the developers that do come here is important. And so if we allow everyone to just build in our sensitive areas and deplete our water sources, that doesn't necessarily serve us to create any affordable housing. And I want to be clear that it is specifically the previous speaker, and I don't want to mess up your last name, recognizing that when we work with our local developers to create more housing opportunities, we win big. So just giving away land to large, national chain developers so that they can move land, move trees, move dirt, move whatever they want, however they like, because they can pay the $200,000 on each lot, does not benefit us as a city. And I want to be clear that as a council member, I will continue to turn those zoning cases that create the harms our city continues to see down, because that does not create the affordable housing I want to see. What will create the affordable housing I want to see is actually having local developers and large national developers contributing to what we need, which means schools, which means roads, which means lights, and even if it's not within the general statutes, all those things can be proffered and agreed to. It's just a matter of community benefits agreements. I've said this for years, and I will continue to press that. Thank you. You can include all the numbers you like.
Okay.
Does anybody else on the council have any questions on this? Yes, Madam Mayor.
I guess the final question I have from you all, is there a way, especially those of you who are local builders, to do both? To build affordable housing in a manner, I think I heard you say that right now it's almost cost prohibitive to build affordable housing for a small developer. Is there a way to back out of that fairly quickly? is there a path to making it feasible for the $150,000 to $200,000 houses to be built in Durham? We don't have to continue to build $350,000 to $400,000 homes. Is that a yes? Is there a way to do that? Because I am, you know, I struggle with, we just have to build.
Right. There's different components that go, obviously, that go into the cost of creating a home. In our area, a large portion of that is development entitlement cost. In other words, the cost to get land permitted to build on. So when you give me specific numbers like $150,000, $200,000, I'm going to say maybe, because it's going to depend on commodities markets as well. So, you know, two years ago, if we didn't have the same encumbrances that we have to get lots ready, then I would have said yes, you know, maybe on the higher end of that. Right now, we still have pretty high material costs. They're coming down, and they're coming down quickly, but simultaneously to that, our development costs are going up, because every time we turn around as builders, we have new requirements imposed on us by the city. So there's additional money that's spent to get that land ready to build. So I mean, I don't think it's, Madam Mayor, I don't think it's something that I can give you a definitive yes or no answer to right now, but it's something I think that we could definitely explore in that group that we've been discussing, and talk more about specific numbers, and talk more about strategies that benefit all residents and also benefit the residents that want to continue to live here and continue to work here, and what things we can do as a team to make that happen. Thank you.
Councilman Freeman, and then Councilman Johnson, and then myself.
I just want to ask if, because I know I missed that legislative conference meeting, if the discussion came up about 505 West Chapel Hill Street and the property we own, and maybe being able to do actual employee owned, like owned property or employee owned and land lease. Like if there's any conversation that to be had around the $200,000, I feel like it's on city land, and the same way that our county's doing apartments, that could very easily be condoized or co-ops, or, you know, like in some way, shape, or form. Because what I don't want us to do is just depend on ADUs, knowing that we need large developments as well, and that still could be a local developer.
ADUs serve a certain household size, but they don't serve all the household sizes.
But meeting that 200, I feel like it's a density within land ownership, and we have the tools, we're just not using them.
Councilman Freeman, at the legislative breakfast, they did say that it was at our purview to try to talk about and try to come up with strategies for housing for our city employees, so, and things like that. So we need to really get into that discussion. Councilperson Johnson.
Thank you. Could you, if you can, estimate what your per square foot cost is to build without any like regulatory or entitlement costs? So like
Vertical
materials?
construction costs?
Yeah, plus land.
Plus land.
If you're.
Plus land is a huge variable.
Plus land is tricky. Okay, let's just do
Right.
vertical
So if we're
construction.
talking about a vertical construction cost for a house that is, I hesitate to use the term, but code minimum house. Code minimum house is a very safe, decent house. Today, you're probably somewhere in the $150 a square foot range.
Okay.
And that would be labor materials exclusive of land, exclusive of entitlements, entitlement costs.
Gotcha.
But again, that's going to fluctuate with material costs. I mean, I think you had some experience creating some housing in our city in the past couple of years, and probably have some personal knowledge of that as well.
Yeah, and land costs vary widely, and yeah, the entitlements that you're going to need are very widely, but that helps. That 150 a square foot is helpful to think about. Like if the city didn't cost you anything, and if you could get free land,
right,
then you could build a 1,000 square foot house for $150,000.
Somewhere in that ballpark, yes. Of course, it depends on the structure of the house and the
Yeah,
complexity.
until lumber costs go up by 50% again for.
Right.
Right, thank you.
Sure.
And again, this is all helpful in terms of the information. I just want to thank you all. First of all, I know we're going to come up with a committee, but I want to come to some of your meetings. Whenever you have your meetings, please let me know, because I have definitely been educated here today. And again, my position also is too that I know while we are growing and I know we have to build, we need to build the right housing for our Durham residents, because when I'm out there speaking to people, even to my students, they cannot stay here. They are the hot spot is Mebane. I'm going to go see what's going on in Mebane, because everybody's going to Mebane. And so I'm going to continue to vote my way too, which is looking at in every individual situation. But I don't know if the answer is just keep building, because we're building, but some of those apartments and houses and townhouses are not places that some of the residents can afford. So again, who are we building for? So I thank you. And again, please invite me to your meetings. I have my card here. And we're going to get to the bottom of this, because I really learned a lot. And to me, it's a lot of barriers that are in place that need to be knocked down. Councilman Williams.
Thank you. So everybody's making really, really, really good comments, and I just don't want, I don't want to leave a lot of question out there. So I just want to be really, really clear. So without any, requirements from the city, it costs you about $150 per square foot to build.
Again, that's
Roughly.
very rough estimate.
It's rough, but around that ballpark somewhere. And then you add what we require.
Correct.
Just by code, just whatever the city says you must do in order to do X, Y, Z. You add land. And I think that's what's confusing me with what you all are saying and some of my colleagues' comments. I just don't, I don't know what a magic ball is. I don't know how we build, so let me, based on the mayor's comment, I want to set that as a goal. How can we bring housing prices back down? The question is, what variables drive the cost up? And then I think we can start to explore what barriers need to be eliminated so we can get back to that point. Because the way I see it, economical logic, just through my interpretation, is there is a market that's driving things that are beyond our control. And if there is, even if the market is driving things beyond our control, then what do we control that we can actually manipulate? So I don't want to leave it out there to be an advocacy issue for affordable housing. I want to actually have hard, strategic moves that we can make to make things affordable. So, for example, you have a family that may not be making that much money, and they may have hindrance or barriers because of a criminal record. So there was a policy that said universal basic income. That was a direct strategy. So in housing, for however extreme the idea may be, are we saying we need to supplement everyone that's going to buy a house by supplementing them with, cash injections, or are we going to remove, certain requirements in the housing, in the planning department? I just don't want to leave that out there, we have environment to consider, we have just other things to consider. But if a house costs if a house costs X, there are things that are making that house cost that. And unless someone is going to donate, or it's going to be some sense of charity, I'm not understanding how we get to that point. So I don't want to leave it out in the atmosphere that, we're just going to either stop, or we're just going to, build for, whatever. There are people who live here. There are people, the problem in Durham is, just 50 years ago, there was a tobacco factory right up the street, and the folks who work there are still living. And less than 50 years ago, the industries have changed, and those folks are still living, and they're on fixed income. They can't go back into the industry. So I'm interested in looking at how we can protect the folks that cannot, afford to pay more. I'm interested in looking at what we can do to bring the cost down if we are in fact invoking higher cost, which is why I asked about the UDO and the code. Because I know everybody on here wants affordable housing. I definitely want it, but I don't want to just talk about it. I want to actually know what we can do to get there. So to your point, what it costs to build, I think we can probably start there and find out why it's costing that much, and then we can afford, we can put our resources forward to build for folks who are here, who've always been here, accommodate the folks that are coming so they won't push our folks out. And I can tell you what's going on in Mebane. Go to Mebane and you'll find Durham, because we are pushing folks out, and that's that. We aren't literally pushing them out, but just the state of things are. So that's why I'm interested in finding out what is contributing to the cost and what we can do to bring it back. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarity, when we were talking about that approximate cost per square foot, we're talking about solely the construction of the house, not the land, not permits, so all of those things would be on top of that. But I think that there's some great conversations to be had.
Absolutely. I mean, if bare minimum is 150 per square foot, then add land, then add all the requirements, we're talking, I mean, it's a lot. So, and I know those things exist, and we never really talk about that. We just say we want affordable housing, and it's not going to happen by osmosis. So we got to understand everything, all the contributing variables in order to get there.
A big takeaway from the Mebane thing is they're doing it in Mebane. People are moving there because they're doing it. We're not doing it here.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to finding out what we can do here in Durham so we can follow suit. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. All right, I think we all need to.
Before you go,
probably
I want to
take a
give you my
break.
card.
I'm coming out to talk to y'all, though, as we're on a break for about 10 minutes. All right, everybody, I think it's about time. Everybody disappeared. Okay. All right, we are coming back for our last two presentations. I think the first one will be led by Councilwoman Johnson, which is the FY 2022 to 23 second quarter financial report. And then that will be followed by the City of Durham Aquatics Splash and Play final report, item 13, that will be led by Councilwoman Freeman. I'll turn it over to you, Councilwoman Johnson.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will turn it over to our staff who are here to give their presentation. Thank you.
I'm Christina Reardon with the Budget and Management Services Department, and I will be here today to present to you the second quarter financial report. As you all know, we come to you 4 times a year and present you with some information on the financial status of the city. We work with our friends in finance on that. And so the second quarter gets us halfway through the year. So I want to preface this report by saying that we will be going into some greater detail on some of this information at your budget retreat next week when our director, John Allure, gives you a finance update as well, too. So I will move quickly through this. I'm going to start out with the general fund, which is the fund where most of our departments sit, and it is receives the largest portion of our property tax. Looking at the expenditures for the departments in the general fund, the thing I want to point out is that we anticipate that all departments will end the year either in budget or below budget. We have some significant savings in several of the departments due to vacancies, and we anticipate that we will end the year $8.2 million to the good as far as expenditures go. This kind of gives you an overview of the expenditures in the general fund, kind of where we are year to date as of December 30th, and then our projection through the end of the year. We are anticipating that we will see savings of $6.2 million in personnel services and another $1.8 million in operating expenses. This kind of just gives you an overview of that. As I talked about, we expect that year-end expenditures will be $8.2 million less than budgeted, with the majority of that coming from personnel savings, and also then another $2 million coming from operating, and no departments will be over budget. Looking at general fund revenues, I will talk a little bit about some of the specific revenue sources in the general fund, but this gives you an overview. And again, the news is good. We do believe that we will be coming in on over budget on several of our revenue sources, and that we expect that revenues will be $8.4 million more than we budgeted, which when you look at the total of the two, revenues and expenditures, we're expecting a budget variance of $6.7 million. So to talk a little bit more specifically about some of the bigger revenue sources in the general fund, I'll start out with property tax. As you know, property tax is collected mostly in December and January, with property tax bills being due on January 5th. At the end of December, we were 72% of budget, and I did look at where we were at the end of January, where most of our property tax comes in, and we were at 95.4% of budget. So that revenue source is doing well, and we expect it to be above budget projections by about $631,000 by the end of the year. The next revenue source that I will talk about is sales tax in the general fund. We are 3 months behind in our collection of sales tax. And so the numbers that you see in the Q2 report are for September. We did want to kind of, we do have some October numbers that I wanted to go over with you. This just gives you a comparison of the FY22 to FY23 sales tax numbers. And we are about the same place as a percentage of budget for sales tax at this time of year. We budget conservatively for sales tax. It's been doing relatively well. And so last year our actuals were 92 million, and then we budgeted at 86 million, because by the time we're so far behind in sales tax, oftentimes we're trying to make a very conservative estimate. So we do conservatively believe that by the end of the year we will be at 93 million, and so that would put us $6.3 million over budget for this fiscal year. This kind of just gives you an overview of some of the revenue sources in the general fund. I've talked about sales tax and property tax. Utility franchise tax, we do believe that we will be under budget, and that is a revenue source that it's our telecommunications and video programming tax, and that has seen a decline. But we do have good news for charges for services, which we believe will be over budget by $474,000. And our occupancy tax has been doing doing very well. We're at 69% of budget, and believe that that will be $796,000 over budget. This kind of gives you a chart of the major revenue sources from FY22 compared to FY23. And we are on target for many of those sources. Two things I want to point out. The one area where we are under budget from last year, or we've collected less last year than this year, is in the intergovernmental revenue source. I do want to point out that those are mostly revenue that we receive from Durham County, and so that's really more of a timing issue. We expect that revenue to come in by the end of the year. We just have received more at this time last year than we did at this time this year. And then, of course, occupancy tax is over where it was last year, which is a good sign. Moving on to our enterprise funds. The first enterprise fund I want to talk about is our water and sewer fund. This fund does have a negative budget variance of $3.8 million as of Q2. And some of what's going on in the fund is there is personnel savings of $2.4 million due to vacancies, but the department has had some increased operating expenses due to chemicals. So they are expected to be over by $2.6 million in that area. There's also a bond payment that is impacting and kind of affecting the negative budget variance. You passed a budget amendment on Monday, and so some of that will be corrected when we come to Q3. But revenue-wise, the fund is expected to come in very close to budget. Kind of walking through some of the exhibits. Here is the water and sewer fund revenue, and as you can see, operating revenues are expected to come in very close to budget, just slightly under. And then these are the expenditures with personnel coming in under and operating expenses over budget. The next fund I want to talk about is our transit fund. They have some vacancies as well in the transit fund and are expected to have some personnel savings. They also have operating expenses and that are expected to come in under budget, and miscellaneous revenue is expected to also come in under budget. That's related to some of the service enhancements in the transit plan that are driven by some of the driver shortage. They don't feel like they're going to be able to get those done this year. There's a total positive budget variance of $6.9 million. And I did want to point out that this fund has benefited greatly from some grant funds. Just as a reminder, there's been $12 million budgeted this year for federal funding, and they have another $3.4 million in state funding. And of course, this is a fund that receives tax revenue of 3.75 cents. Taking a look at the revenues, You can see the miscellaneous revenue category where they expect to come in under their revenue budget. And then looking at expenses, they expect the personnel savings to be about $413,000 and then about $7.6 million in operating savings, which leaves them with a $6.9 million budget variance, positive budget variance. Moving on to the solid waste fund. The solid waste fund, when we talk about their operating revenues, they are expecting to be slightly over budget of about almost $200,000. Their personnel services and operating expenditures are projected to be over budget. Personnel services by about $433,000 due to some temporary staffing that they've had to use. And then operating expenditures are projected to be about $1.2 million, and that's related to some increased contract costs that are driven primarily by fuel, and they're also seeing some increased garbage, which has an impact on contract costs as well, too, at the transfer station. This leaves them with a negative budget variance of $1.7 million. So here is a snapshot of their revenue, and there's that positive operating revenue that you see that I talked about. And this is showing you the expenses for the solid waste fund with both personnel and operating coming in over budget. The total negative budget variance is $1.7 million for the solid waste fund. Moving on to the stormwater fund. This fund is coming in very close to budget. Operating revenues are projected to be $58,000 over budget, personnel at budget, and then their operating expenses, a very small savings of about $3,000, which leaves them with a total positive budget variance of $48.5 thousand. And here's a look at the stormwater revenues, the savings being in that operating revenue line. And then expenses. Moving on to the parking fund. Operating revenue is projected to be about $309,000 over budget. The parking fund revenue is looking good this quarter, and that's partly due to some fee increases and also some return to more parking. Operating expenses are projected to be under budget by about $88,000. As a reminder, the debt service fund does subsidize some of the existing debt in the fund, and overall, it's projected to end the year with a $70,000 negative budget variance. So this is a look at the parking fund revenues, and you can see where they're at year to date and the expected to be over budget in revenues by about $309,000. And then going over the expenses, personnel being over with savings in operating. Finally, I just want to point out some of the other major funds that are in your exhibits that you received. The first is the ballpark fund, which is expected to meet its revenue projections, which is good news. The DPAC fund, which has an overall positive budget variance of around $264,000 due to some operating expenditures coming in under budget. And finally, the inspections funds. This fund revenue is expected to come in under budget, over budget by about $160,000, and they're expected to have a positive budget variance of $272,000, mostly due to some personnel savings. And that is the completion of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Sorry. Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments from folks on council?
Yes.
Yes, you. Okay. Councilmember Williams.
I'm having trouble locating the slide, but I'll just ask. The there was a I think it was solid waste. Hold on, item 11. I'm going to find this thing. Hold on. Here we go. Where it talked about contractual services, what was that for again?
It's for their contract at the transfer station. They expect there's some increased costs due to fuel. They get charged a fuel charge in the contract, and so when fuel costs go up, that increases the contract as well too. So.
Okay.
And then also too, if they have more commercial garbage, which they've seen, they get more revenue on the revenue side, but then it also causes the contract to be contract costs to go up.
So the parking fund is going up. There's more trash, so people are going back out, basically.
One could make that argument, yes.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to connect the dots here. All right, which is a good thing. I did have another one, and I'm gonna go to someone else, and I'll find that slide.
Councilmember Freeman, did you have a question?
Yes. And mainly, I appreciate the presentation. I know that you guys are very thorough in the budgeting department. You have really good leadership, and I am very familiar with how this works, so I'm going to cut to the chase and just ask the question of our city attorney's office. Essentially, I want to know if this, I'm sure if you're not able to answer today, I just want to put it on your radar for our budget conversations. Has there ever been a city in North Carolina that's done a municipal tax rebate program? If not, I want to put Merriam, Kansas on your radar because they have one that would probably work. I'm going to look for your recommendation on that. And then I also want to express that what I'm noting is that we're going to have this essentially overage or under budget situation based on vacancies in personnel. And that means that we're working our staff to cover what would have been that amount of, personnel costs. And so I definitely want to figure out, and I know the mayor's made mention of it before, how we turn some of that into some type of bonus, because I feel like there's probably fewer people doing a whole lot more work. And then thirdly, acknowledging that the inspections fund and stormwater fund are the two that are over budget. I have a whole lot of questions there that I'll hold, but I do want to just point to, I'm concerned with some of the cases that have come forward and the questions that have come forward around inspections and site plan evaluations. If we have a shortage of personnel, how that's going to be covered. So just kind of drawing those intersections in my mind and sharing it out aloud. It definitely raised like a lot of red flags. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Madam Mayor?
I just want to say thank you. Job well done. That brings a smile to my face, that report. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes, the other question was the water and sewer fund, where there was an increase in cost in chemicals. Do we know what types of chemicals? Is that related to, and Madam Manager, this may be.
And I do have someone from the water and sewer fund on Zoom who was going to be here to be able to speak to that in case that came up as a question. I am not comfortable speaking to that, but they would be.
I mean, you're like killing it everywhere else. So I just assume.
Okay.
Great job.
I don't know if they're still available. It's John Young, I think, in what?
Looks like he's not on the Zoom anymore.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
no worries.
So, well, basically, I'll follow up with the Water and Sewer Department. I'm thinking about all the development that's happening, the environmental investigations that we've asked for. I was wondering if that was tied to it. And if so, then is that something we need to consider budgeting for in the future? Or if it's something totally, okay, Madam Manager?
So I will speak to that. That doesn't, when we talk about operations in the Water and Sewer Utility Fund, it is essentially the chemicals that we have to use in order to purify the water, as well as, all of the supplies that we use in our wastewater treatment plant. So the whole utilities expense. So whenever there are cost increases, even supply chain issues and those kinds of things, it increases the cost to process our clean water.
Was there not recently a standard that was raised, or like a higher standard for water quality or something in Durham recently?
I don't think that there's a new standard.
Okay.
But what I can say is that we make sure that we are in alignment with the requirements that we do have. Recently, there was just sort of a planned or an annual change in purification, and we put notices out to the community, regarding appearance or, kind of smell of water, but assuring everyone that it is certainly still, processed and safe to drink.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for a great presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. Just a follow-up. I think it might be helpful if staff could share, I guess, a list, so to speak, of what it looks like for the water to be safe, because I think some folks think that levels might be at 0, and I just want to make sure that people understand, like, there's a parts per million of a certain level that things can be in the water, but it's still safe. And so I think that kind of clarity might be helpful.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Great. All right, thank you so much. And I will pass it along to, I think, Councilmember Freeman for our final presentation.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. And I do believe we have the City Aquatics Splash and Play final report. And the gang's all here. And I'm turning it over to Wade.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, Madam Manager. I don't know, there were, I think you mentioned a couple speakers interested on this item, but I don't know if they were able to endure.
Do those first. So I will ask the clerk to open the mic. It looks like we have a Michael Johnston who is asked to speak on this item, and Girja Mahaj. I hope I'm not messing that up, but I'm certain I am.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Hello, everybody, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Johnston. I'm from here in Durham, North Carolina. I live on Open Air Camp Road. I own Manifest Skate Shop on Broad Street. I work as a nurse at Duke Hospital. I'm also a member of the Recreation Advisory Committee. I signed up to speak today about the Splash and Play project at Wheels to advocate for the inclusion of a skate park in the development of that project. At one of the public feedback sessions held by Parks and Rec, there was a site option that included a potential skate park on the area that is a small parking lot next to the roller skating rink. There was a great deal of positive feedback at that session from the skateboarding community and also on the Splash and Play website afterwards. The Durham skate community is a large and very diverse group of people of all ages, children, teenagers, and adults, that has been growing and becoming more active for a long time. The Durham Central Park skate park is a place this community uses often and loves dearly, but is also outgrown a long time ago. That park is frequently overcrowded, and while it was a great step forward for our city when it was first built, we have now fallen behind many of our neighboring cities throughout the state that are building large and modern skate parks to serve their growing skate communities. And a lot of people may not know, but Wheels actually had the first skate park in Durham. And just as the city plans to restore the roller rink, it has an opportunity here to restore and rebuild the skate park along with it, which would benefit the park in a lot of ways. As certain portions of the Aquatics park may need to be closed for parts of the year, it would add additional year-round use of the park alongside the roller rink. It provides a constructive activity at the park geared towards teenagers, and skateboarding has also shown to be a very COVID-friendly activity, that it can be done keeping social distancing in mind. Also, a great portion of the roller skating community who would be using the indoor roller rink would also benefit from the skate park, as a large number of roller skaters and rollerbladers also enjoy skating on ramps and doing tricks. That being said, I'm advocating for Parks and Rec and City Council to consider including a skate park in the final design of the Splash and Play project. And as things move forward, I ask for further engagement with the skateboarding and roller skating community so that you understand the necessity of more skate facilities in Durham. I think this is a great opportunity to provide a much needed service to the community, and would also be a useful and wonderful addition to the plans of this park. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can unmute Girja Mahan.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're a little bit drawn out. I don't know if it's your internet.
Yeah.
There you go.
Unfortunately, I'm in a little bit of a cell dead, but thank you. This is Girja Mahan. I live in Teen Birch Avenue. I am a member of the Recreation Advisory Commission, and I am just here to speak on behalf of the Splash and Play project. I was incredibly excited to, when I started on the commission, to learn about the effort that PR has gone through to engage both folks that would be adjacent to the Splash and Play projects, and most approximately located and would have the ability to enjoy features, also broader community engagement. It's been a really
Madam Clerk, if you could pause. I think we're getting every other word. And what I'm going to ask Girja, I realize it's you, Girja, but it would be helpful if you could actually share these comments as well. You can continue to speak. I don't want to prevent you from speaking, but we cannot clearly hear or understand what you're saying. And so I just want to encourage you to submit those comments in a written format to our clerk. And
the speaker is no longer online.
okay, I think we might have lost her. Thank you. And I'll turn it back over to Wade.
Okay. Thank you very much. So yeah, we're here this evening just to talk about a culmination of around a 12-month process of engagement for a Splash and Play project, we named it, that covers the former Wheels Park, but also Long Meadow Park in East End. Before we jump into that, I know we've had a lot of conversation in this setting about committees and meetings, and was there a meeting or was there not a meeting? So I just wanted to try to clarify, provide some context and address that so we're all on the same page. The meetings that were being discussed in chambers had to do with a Wheels Roller Skating Rink Residents Committee. We were at a community meeting as part of the Splash and Play engagement process at Holton Center. And at that night, when we were going over the entirety of the project, residents in there voiced their desire to have a separate committee. And residents want to have a separate committee just on the roller rink portion. Even though we're talking about everything, we would like to have this committee that focuses just on the roller skating rink. And Deputy Center Manager Chadwell and Johnson were there that night, and we said, okay, no problem. So we put that committee together. We opened it up to everyone. And so this was again, just to clarify, a committee that was really interested solely on the skating rink and how we get that back open, the repairs that need to take place, and the operations. And this committee was open to the entire community of Durham. It wasn't just for a neighborhood or a particular PAC, but it's for everyone. So we created that committee. We offered it up, did not deny entrance to anybody that was interested in that committee. And then in October, we had our first meeting. And we also put this information on our Splash and Play website that I believe, I've got it on my screen, I don't know if you can see it. But on there, we made sure we put all the meeting agendas and the minutes, or the agendas of there. And we also, since it was a hybrid form of in-person and virtual, we have the videos there as well.
Can you click on that download video?
It may take a minute, so I can try, but yeah. And if it's not able to do it because of time, we can put together a link so you can see all the members on there that participated. So I'll keep going while that downloads, if that's all right. So on that October 19th meeting and the associated video, we talked about a lot of different things. One, we first started at the time, we were talking about what that building assessment was that you all received in regard to the skating facility, and talked about the cost and what it takes to upfit that building. We also talked about community goals of operations. And like I shared with council at the time, our staff shared with this group ideas of what the operations could look like for a roller rink. One, just putting out an RFP for interested bidders to bid on to operate it. Another one, we talked about a model of a roller skating operation, like a job readiness model. And I think I might have shared that on a previous presentation here, where it would be operated essentially by city staff. So we talked through those options and next steps, and that took place, again, in October. We did have representation at that meeting of PAC 1, specifically one of the PAC 1 co-facilitators to participate in that. We met again on November 2nd, and the agenda again was to continue that dialogue. We talked about the request for proposal language, so that RFP language for an operator. And we talked about what that would look like. We also talked about the importance from the community. We wanted to listen to what they had to say as far as priorities of what an operator should embrace and what those values should be embraced to operate the skating rink. So we took that information and we made sure those values or those priorities were included in the actual request for proposals. So that was part of the bid document. We also said that it's important for us to have transparency in the process. So not only will staff be a part as normal of scoring any bids that came in to operate this the skating rink, but we wanted to select a member from this resident committee so they can be a part of the scoring and then report back out to the committee. So we committed that as well, again, and then we also talked about what the next steps were in terms of repairing the skating rink. We also said, I'm sure of it at that time, said we will likely meet again in January or December, whatever month. We did not meet. We never said we did meet. But after we had our October and November meetings, we accomplished everything the resident committee wanted us to accomplish. No further work had been done. We took the priorities that they listed out and the values that they wanted in the RFP, and we put them in the language of the RFP. In December, since there wasn't really a need to meet because we hadn't done anything else, instead of not having any communication at all, we sent communication out to the committee, just to summarize what we had talked about already in the last 2 meetings. That summary included, again, the options of the private operator, how we're going to bid that out, or if staff operated it. One thing we heard loud and clear from the community and from this council was, let's make sure we don't waste any time. And let's make sure the construction of the improvements of the physical building are done at the same time we have an operator. So, it's not done and ready to go. We don't have anybody operate. So we informed the committee that, yes, we are still moving forward with that RFP with the language they wanted and with someone on that committee to help score those. So we explained that process, and we indicated that that would be released in late January. And we talked about once an operating manager would be selected, what those next steps would be. We again went over, just as a past review, the architectural update of the building renovation, and talked about how that process works and when that time frame was. And again, how this connected to the larger Splash and Play project and the improvements we're doing at Long Meadow and East End. And then in early February, we wanted to provide more communication and an update to make sure people weren't just wondering what's going on. However, nothing had advanced since our last update. And so again, in February, we provided information. We provided a link to previous communications, a link to the actual RFP. We listed the names of the folks that are going to be scoring those bids for operators. And we talked about the timeline and the dates of when council will hear at both work session and council meeting, which was, I guess, Monday, reviewing that design contract to make the repairs. And then we also provided, and you'll see on the screen, we also provided a timeline of dates of process for just the skating rink part to be open. So you can see what you just approved this week, the estimated time selection for selecting an operator, when the building design work will take place, construction steps, and ultimately, of course, the most important date, spring of '24, having all this done, wrapped up so that there's an operator, there's improvements made, and folks can be skating. And so I just wanted to make sure we clarified that, again, this was 20 residents-ish that were passionate about what's going on with this actual building and the upgrades, the operations of it as well. And that's how we heard them, how we listened to them, and how we took their words into action and how they're being a part of this process. And the bid closes tomorrow for an operator. Any questions on that part? I'll see if this actually...
I'll defer to my colleagues first. If you have any questions.
So here...
I would like to ask a couple of questions.
Sure, yeah.
So just backing up and making sure I'm following, when it was decided to host this committee meeting, I'm assuming that came from a place of not following or not understanding what was going on or wanting to be a part of what was going on in the Wheels location.
I don't believe so. I don't believe that's the place where it came from, because residents were very clear with us at that meeting was, okay, we understand this stuff is happening over here in these improvements. We are very interested in this skating rink, period. We want a committee that focuses just on that. So we said, okay.
And so from that conversation, the committee was formed. October, November, there's meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
And then December, there's an email, and January, there's an email, and February, there's an RFP.
Almost. There was a update email in December and update email in February.
And just from my own personal understanding, for committee meetings, it's usually like a working group of folks working together around the committee focus, whether it's Wheels or anything else. And so if you're just communicating out updates, how do you hear feedback on your updates? Is it just another email? Or just emails from each individual? How does that?
Sure, great question. The point being, the work, the desires, the interests, the call to action from this committee were made both October and November. Then staff went to action based on what the committee told us they wanted. And that's what we've continued to do. Nothing new had evolved or developed from that. Our updates were saying, yes, we're doing what you asked us and what we told you was going to happen.
Okay. So I just want to give a little clarity, because I know I made a lot of comments on Monday about the frustrations that I feel and that I'm hearing from the community around not having a clear sense of how communications work. So I want to ask, is there anyone in your office, in the Office of Parks and Rec, that is specifically directed to do outreach or engagement?
We have an office on culture and community that has 5 to 6 folks. Plus, we have an employee who is the liaison with Director Williams when we started the city's racial equity tools and training that she ran. She was a part of this project and is here tonight. We also have 2 employees that completed a course, a program in Cornell University on diversity and inclusion that were all part of this core team project from the very beginning. And of course, we worked with NIS from the very beginning and showed them our engagement strategy and plan, and they were able to offer feedback and direction and guidance and approval on that before we even got started.
So that's helpful, because then that means that there's some understanding of how community engagement should operate. And I want to be clear that this is a community group of volunteers, so they're not staff, they're not folks who work on this project like a contractor or a vendor. They're just residents in the community who are trying to stay engaged in the process because they care about, to your point, they care about what happens to that building. And so what I learned in the 2.5-hour conversation with them, I think it was last Thursday, is they didn't understand that this RFP was just for the architecture. So if you're having committee meetings and the folks leaving those committee meetings don't even understand just that little bit, and then I want to add, it's a little concerning that a board member of Parks and Rec is sharing at work session what they think should be included in the splash and play. Like, it's starting to dial up as opposed to dial down, which is what actual engagement should do, is to make sure folks do feel like they're being heard and that their input is included in the process. The committee word sounds more like a meeting to give updates or a meeting to share what we have, rather than like a moving together kind of framework. And so I'm mainly concerned because I'm repeatedly hearing this lack of communications. And so for all those folks in your office who have community engagement courses or racial equity training, it's disappointing to just have an email as an update to a group of folks who volunteered to be involved in what happens in the building.
Well, as we know, it wasn't just an email. We had those meetings that we talked about. The community told us what they wanted to see happen. That's our charge to do and carry out. Nothing else, there are no items to move forward on other than us doing what the community desires. So we report out. We also, this is reporting out. This is an email. This is in writing of us what we're doing. And also explaining verbatim, there are 2 RFPs. Here's the difference. I think we even say, here's the difference between the 2. And what an RFP is for the upfit of the building, we told people when and where it is so they can come and voice, which they were successful and they were here. And we also explained what the RFP for the operations piece is, which I know that I'm confident that they understood what that is because they told us what their priorities should be of an operator to run it. So we will go back to this group after tomorrow once we get the bids, and a member of this committee helps score these bids and talk to folks, okay, here's Here's who came out on top. Here's what we're selecting. Now, in person, we'll talk through what those next steps are, and that bidder coming in, working alongside probably with the designer and general contractor that's doing the upfits to make sure we're all on the same page. And that place is ready to go whenever the timeline is. But nothing has moved forward, and we've certainly not said that, well, this is what's going to happen, or we've left anybody behind. We have not progressed on anything more than what we've committed to.
And I can appreciate that's your understanding, but based on the folks who came into this chamber and explained that they didn't understand and they weren't a part of the process, there's a disconnect, and I would just like for you to address that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. You can continue with the presentation.
Thank you. I almost forgot about that. On the screen, it did come through, and it's completely up to council, but we've got the meet. We can, this is on our public website, so anyone can take a look at that anytime. Okay. It's on this screen here, so. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we'll certainly get that link and send it out to everybody. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let me navigate out of this. How can I, oh, okay. Can I get full screen on this? What does it look like on there? That's good, okay. Okay, just wanted to go over really the culmination of, I said, approximately about 12 months of work for this Splash and Play project, which again, as a reminder, is the former Wheel site, but also Long Meadow Park and East End. Couple things just right at the beginning. You know, the purpose of this public engagement plan was to clearly set forth the intentions and methodology for fair and just participation by members of the community early and often. This is for the whole thing. It's an emphasis on those most affected by the project, and it's, of course, guided by the city's equitable engagement blueprint. There were 8 critical considerations for this project. It was, of course, the equitable engagement blueprint, racial equity tools, our facility park amenity condition assessment, a program inventory, available funding, community conversations and needs, and of course, information and data we've received from our previous Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Plan, and of course, the Aquatics Comprehensive Plan. First things first, we start to look at our investigations, which essentially means our site investigations of what the conditions currently are of our parks that we're talking about. So we can use these plans. We also look at the historical context of these parks, how they play a part of this community's culture, how we know that Long Meadow Park and East End were rooted in segregation, of Long Meadow being a white park and a white pool. So we understand the significance of these parks. We also take a look at the physical existing conditions of the parks in play. So what you're looking at here is a portion of East End Park, and you can see this is all the existing amenities here: open field basketball courts, we have our tennis courts and futsal courts. Right here, if you can see my cursor moving around, it is the current sign and signal shop that is unoccupied. This shows existing conditions of Long Meadow Park, which through various reports here in front of this council, we're aware of the age and condition of Long Meadow Pool and its situation in a flood zone. This is just a current shot of what separates East End Park and Long Meadow of the no longer used sign and signal shop. This is what separates the two parks. This is another angle site analysis that gives you a view where I'm moving my cursor where the sign and signal shop is. And you can see better portions and pictures of East End Park, just to help orient you. And again, a long meadow. You'll also see I believe this green line indicates the future R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail being able to move through there. You can also see this dotted blue line. This is the border of the floodplain from this creek right here. This is the pool area. This, inside it, is the underground mechanical area for the pool. Existing conditions of the former wheel site, familiar with that. This is the skating rink that remains, of course. And just another angle. So all of these, we looked at both the existing conditions of the neighborhood, but also topography, and all the conditions that are present currently at these sites to help start making assessment and of what could be. We also, when we're looking at this, we're taking in consideration the service radius. For the former wheel site, we know because of the size of this pool, it's great for the community that's right there, but also, and because we know this to be true from wheels in the past, that there's probably easily a 5-mile drive radius where people are going to be coming to this site. So after we take a look at the history, we look at the areas that we're talking about, we start to begin an engagement process. So again, we mentioned the tools that we use first. What are the engagement blueprint? What are past comprehensive plans? What does the city have on hand already that exists? And we start to look at demographics with the data that we have available to us. You can see the bullet points to your right of what starts to guide us on this. I mentioned earlier, NIS was engaged before we started to offer guidance and feedback from the start about the engagement plan and throughout. We also, due to capacity, we knew we need to hire some outside consultants to help to make sure we reach everybody that we want to reach and get as much input we can around these neighborhoods. So it started off with a resident steering committee that we opened it up to all, and no one was turned away. We did contact some folks to be a part of the resident steering committee, but concerns, and there was great dialogue, and we changed a lot of approaches because of this group. And of course, we relied on their network of folks that they work with every day to help spread the word and provide us feedback as well. Engagement methods. Variety, as you can see here, from in-person to virtual to we have a fantastic project website. We have great social media presence, but we also, a driving factor was we want to meet people where they are. We weren't just having our own events say, come to us and learn. We went to our partners and our stakeholders in the community and talked and found out what events they were running for the community to be there, to set up, to provide information for folks. Work with the churches. We did surveys, and we also had Spanish translation at every opportunity. Now, what you see here is just an example, and you probably saw some of those if you went out to the Merrick Moore opening. These were some large boards that we had to get people to start to think about what could be. So you see the top row are the different parks from East End to Longmeadow, and then all the way to the right, the former wheel site. And ask questions of, what do you want to keep on these sites? What amenities, what elements? What do you want to get rid of? What do you want to add? And then we also ask them, when you look at the bottom left there, there's those parks again. Have you actually been to this park? How did you get there? What's your mode of transportation? How accessible is it? And then these other pictures on the bottom, those three, the three remaining blocks at the bottom, again, were images to get people's creative juices going, and separating them out into like active elements of a park, passive elements of a park, great features, play, and aquatic features. And so folks would take, as you probably saw at some of these events, just different stickers and said, oh yes, I definitely want to have that. Oh, we've got to have this. And there's also write-in opportunities for people as well. So some of the stakeholder events that I mentioned, you can see here, we went out to where people were. Didn't make people come to us, but where people are comfortable and talked with them. In person, as well as virtual opportunities. So you can see the list here. also part of it in the first phase, we even did some video testimonials. We asked people out in the park, what did that particular park mean to them? What was their history with the park? How did they engage? And so we got a lot of information and a lot of participants and a lot of survey respondents all in this first initial phase about what people liked, what they wanted to keep, and what they add. So we capture that data. However, what was very important to us is also making sure, well, where do these people live generally? And so we try to capture a lot of these zip codes and understand the parks that we're talking about are in the 03 and 01 zip codes. And we were pleased with a lot of the engagement and participation were from people that live in those zip codes. But we went a step further after that. We really zeroed in on the next phase of like, we're going to go back to this community that are in walking distance of these parks, the folks that use these parks, the place where people can have community. We didn't want us to be influenced by certain amenities in the future of a park from folks that lived in a different zip code of like 27712. So we took a laser focus back into the neighborhood, and I don't know how often the city has done this, but we worked through the Nextdoor app. We also did a targeted 1,000 postcards to like a 2-block radius. And you can see all the others working with churches and pop-up events at the pool, at the park, just to really focus in on the families and the communities that live here, because that's what matters. So from all that data, from all that engagement, from all that listening and making sure, we needed to prove that what people said resonated and we heard them. So the way to do that was to take all that data that I talked about and capture that and then start plugging away of what that could look like. So in front of you here, and don't worry, there'll be better pictures soon, but these are 2 options that we developed based on the preliminary engagement, community conversations, and what we heard. Again, separated them into active areas and passive areas and really cool features, exciting play, and even aquatic features in these 2 parks. So as we look at these 2 options for Longmeadow East End, one of the, of course, consistent themes was getting rid of the sign and signal shop, is making that a gateway to both parks. And we know the R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail, which we've got federal funding for recently, we know they're ready to go in FY24. So we have an opportunity. I was going to say this for them, but it's right here. We have an opportunity to figuratively and literally change these parks and unite. And so the community's excited about it, and we try to take what they had to say and make it represented visually. You can see in this concept all the different types of play we've talked about, from a pool, neighborhood pool area. This is the east end part on the west side of Alston here, and you'll see better pictures. A community plaza. And there are very similar elements here, but play structure down here at Longmeadow, where the existing pool is, that would not be subject to damage when it floods. And then we came up with 3 different concepts for what the former wheel site with this great pool could look like. So we have concept number 1 here that shows some lap lanes. You can see where the pool is, set back a little bit from the road, Hoover Road here, of course, Merrickmore Park here. And so we have a little bit of a lawn space right here. And these are like the pool rooms and pump rooms and maybe some offices. To concept 2, more of a lazy river design, a really fun slide, lap lanes pushed over here. To option 3. So this is what we heard based on all the data and all those stakeholder events that we went to, and we put it into this concept form. So our next step was to go back out, share this. So we went to different PACs, we went to different stakeholder meetings again, and said, these are our concepts. Are we picking up what you're putting down? Are we hearing you? And so folks are able to respond to us and say, well, we really love this, but we hate that. And so people started talking. So here we are, a second phase of the engagement. Some of these pictures, one is at Merrick Moore, which some of you were at. The other two pictures here are at the former wheel site. You'll see some of our team members. You'll see our co-facilitator, Mr. Chavis, was very engaged in this process, participating in this. You can see the number of participants that we have. You can also see the number of events, the dates, and where we went to make sure people were heard. So at the end, we said, hey, did we get it right? So survey says, that's some game show, I don't know what it is, but survey says, we got the feedback. And folks said these were the options that we like. So as we look at this option of Longmeadow East End, we're talking about community. We're talking about not having an eyesore of an abandoned sign and signal shop, but we're having a trail, and we're having a place to gather as a family. There's active parts, there's passive parts, but there's parts for Durham. And you can see the different elements, and don't worry, you'll see some better images here, but this is the north side of it, we're at East End Park. You can see the concept of this neighborhood pool just up the street from Longmeadow Pool, keeping existing basketball courts, of course, keeping a lot of these tennis courts and futsal, but we have some really state-of-the-art opportunities for play. Fun, play of all ages. You can see this area, you're gonna see a great picture here of how we're trying to be efficient and use existing structures of the sign and signal shop to provide future opportunities. And I'll show you those in just a second. This is just what a concept could look like at East End. Neighborhood pool. The basketball courts would remain. And the other side of the street here, Alston, is the park. This is what I was hinting at earlier. The bottom left corner, you can see the existing structure of the sign and signal shop. I know that looks great as it is now. However, we could use that as covered play for basketball, for tennis, whatever. Who wants to go to this park? This is a great opportunity, taking advantage of the topography, the slope. This is a slide right here, play area here, perhaps a climbing wall. This is not set in stone. This is a starting point. This is all conceptual. There's going to be elements on here that will make it. There's elements on here that won't make it. But the point is, these are ideas that we've heard from the community that we want to demonstrate that they've been heard and listened to. And we're trying to create that vision that they've provided us. Here's another angle. This is the sign and signal shop. Here's that pavilion we talked about. We have covered play, a plaza, the R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail running right through here and sneaking out that way. Then we get down to Longmeadow and the elements that our community said that they were in favor of and liked. And so instead of this pool being here, now we have an opportunity for a really cool, unique zip line play area for kids or adults of all ages. We've got the existing baseball fields over here, but there's room to have some terrace seating and additional play feature here. We keep the basketball courts, the additional play features here, interactive. And so that's the Longmeadow East End concept that has been preferred based on all the data and what we've heard. Then we get into the former Wheels site and all the elements there. And we talk about what's interesting to folks here. The lazy river, the slides, a small lap pool, but what is that? We, of course, show the existing skating rink that will be up to date and ready to open. So we get some inspiration. And inspiration, these were a lot of things that people, the community saw and said that they wanted. How cool is that? So here's existing, what we have. Here's what we could have. Right off of Hoover Road, the existing skate rink, we have the best outdoor pool for the community, from the community, right here at the former Wheel site. So many people love the lazy river because you don't have to do any work, right? Get an inner tube, float around. Still have the slides here. This is zero depth entry, little play area here, little area for smaller kids, and a little bit of a lap pool, but the community told us the competition lap pool wasn't as important to them as it is to have leisure time and a place, a really cool place for older youth and teens, which is this right here. And you're gonna see a great picture of this. So again, existing, Or we could do this. And we'll talk about this area here too. So here's a little zoomed in portion of this, what I talked about earlier. Again, looking to be more accessible and having zero depth entry. Again, this is a starting point. These are not, the chairs aren't going to be orange. The slide's not going to be yellow. It could be, but other features could be in here. Absolutely. There's room for this, and this can come out of additional dialogue with our community. But these are the general elements that we've talked about and that we've heard about from the community. So you can see this great drop off right here. This is proposed to be like an aquatic climbing wall. So if you fall, splash. You've got this great slide that dumps you off in the deep water. You've got a little activity area here for either volleyball or basketball in the pool. And yes, folks still want to lap swim for fitness and exercise, yes. But you may or may not be able to see, but we're proposing even some little rings that hang above this as a ninja obstacle course to go across that. These, of course, are some offices and pool mechanical shops, but we'd also look at a program space if you want to have your birthday party there at the pool as well. So this is just a different angle. Skating rink is over here. Hoover Road is right here. There's green space, lawn space, perhaps a little covered pavilion here for community performances. This could be restrooms, or it could be restrooms and concessions. And this is the restrooms concessions I was just talking about. You can kind of see those little rings right there. This right here, spray ground. So when the pool's not open in like early, spring or late when we have those hot summers, there's still a place for folks to go for spray ground. Right next to it, a great playground. So this isn't just a spot for one time a year when it's hot out to go swimming. This can be a year-round facility now because you've got the spray ground, you've got the playground, you've got activity area, and you can walk across the street and go roller skating now. So right now, we talked about, and we heard earlier today, how the growth rate of the Triangle, but specifically Durham. I believe we're the 4th largest city in the state, soon to be 3rd. We've spent, on our team, I'd like to recognize here, spent about 12 months of going out to churches, to all kinds of community events, and hosting our own events, and face-to-face listening to people about what they love, what they hate, what they like, what they want. And so we capture what we've heard, put it in these images, and trying to create something special for our community. This is an opportunity for the first time in over 2 decades to build 2 pools in Durham. And we're looking to invest in the east side of Durham. 2-3 years ago, Wheels was Wheels, and it was closed, out of business. Across the street, nothing. Any plans for improvements for Longmeadow and East End? 0. And now, after this kind of community conversations and this engagement, thanks to this group and several other people and several other departments that are out there, we've been able to hear what folks say, bring it to you, and share. Now, as far as next steps go, a couple of these elements are being submitted into the CIP. One, again, further design of the Wheels pool. Again, this is a starting point. So you didn't see basketball courts on here. You didn't see putt-putt. You didn't see a skate park. That doesn't mean they won't be on there. Very well could be. We'll take this back out to the community, share with them, receive their feedback, and move forward that way. And so in the CIP, you'll see some design elements for this pool. You'll see in the CIP also a request for funds to start working on that sign and signal shop to clear that space up to make this happen. So I appreciate the time. I appreciate your endurance, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I do believe that our city manager has questions, then followed by Councilmember Caballero, Councilmember Johnson, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Again, I'd like the privilege to speak this evening. The hour is late, but I would like to acknowledge Wade and Gina, the department leaders who have been involved in this work probably every single day for over a year. I have actually previewed some of what you've seen today, because that's how we share inside the organization. Everyone is not here who's been involved in it, but a lot of people are, and they work really hard. Nothing's perfect. I'm not perfect. No individual person is perfect, but I can say with certainty that a lot of work went into trying to create a dream for residents who have been left out of the dream for way too long. And I wanted to say, appreciate the work of you and your staff.
Thank you.
Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost evening. Good Lord, we've been here for a minute. I just wanted to say thank you to you, Wade, to your team, to every single staff member here. I met with Wade a few weeks ago, and he shared the same presentation with me. I had been lucky to receive some updates because Tom Dawson had been coming to Durham Open Spaces and Trails along with Kartuk, who sits on our RAC, our Recreational Advisory Committee, and they had been doing a lot of updates with DOS because of the R. Kelly Bryant Trail and wanting just to kind of get feedback in other spaces. So I've just seen some really excellent engagement happening in spaces that, cross-commission spaces that sometimes don't happen. And I know that the effort made by staff to put this together has been amazing and really plugging into what several of us wanted when we charged NIS back in 2018 for equitable engagement across our community. And I really think y'all have risen to that challenge. And I'm sure that it's gorgeous. I love how the very last slide tells us what the wonderful price tag is going to be. But I'm like, you know what, you figure it out. Like that's our job, to figure it out with our amazing staff who work the money and the magic. I know that this isn't done. I know that there was a resident who talked about a skate park. I know that's been named before in other spaces, but I think that this is just an incredible opportunity for us to put kind of jewel public amenities in neighborhoods who don't usually get these kinds of things. And that is, it is an incredible opportunity for the city of Durham. It shows that we are taking race equity seriously because we're putting our money where our mouth is, a very large amount of money. I'm a huge fan of parks. I've said it from day one. DPAC is not available for everyone. The ballpark is not available for everyone. Even though the city owns it, you still have to spend a pretty penny to go in there. And for the most part, DPR programming and our facilities, that is actually for everyone, because you can go and use that, even when you're low wealth, even when you don't have enough money. And I know as a family of 5, when our kids were little, we relied on DPR because it was one of the few places that we could afford. I think that's why Wheels and also is another example of something that most folks could afford, because especially now in Durham, more and more is getting out of what the average family can afford. And so I see this as a massive opportunity to correct historic harms and also provide just amazing facilities. We'll have to figure out the money. I know there's some details that we will still have to work out in community about exactly what gets programmed in there, but you have my full support. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. I am really excited about this. When we first bought Wheels, I know we were, I remember just the audible gasp in our work session when it was brought to us and y'all were like, should we buy it? And we were like, oh my God, obviously. So this is a really exciting proposal, and I really appreciate all the work that y'all have done to get us to this point, and all the engagement that has happened to get us here. I'm even more excited about the Longmeadow East End Park stuff. I had not really ever imagined, the possibility of connecting those two parks. It kind of reminds me of like a Central Park concept. We have one of those that we call that, but another one with just this amount of space, centrally located in East Durham, this is walkable for like thousands of people, and the amenities, that we would be adding are just really, really exciting. Like I can imagine just, folks from downtown, being like, I'm going to take a walk over there and hang out. So yeah, I love this. The price tag is, I mean, thinking about $80 million, like when I first got elected, I would be like, $80 million, that's terrifying. Now I'm like, $80 million. We'll figure it out. It seems reasonable for what we are getting. Like this is a transformative project, and I think that it is absolutely worth this kind of investment to get this level of facilities and opportunities for our residents. And I'm, committed to figuring out how to make that happen. And y'all, where's our finance staff? Are they still here? Figuring out how to make that happen. But overall, I'm very impressed and very supportive of moving this forward. And yeah, my older kid will probably, be too old to want to go to a splash pad, but I look forward to dragging my younger one in his teenage years to go hang out. And lazy river is totally my jam. Please put a lazy river in. I just want to sit in a little inner tube and float along. Thanks, y'all.
Councilmember Hyman.
So, good evening. I don't even know because we've been here all day. First of all, I want to say thank you to the team, and thank you, Wade, because the reason why I pulled the item was not because I didn't know that you were doing this work, because I'm with you at 7:30 in the morning at our rack, because I'm the liaison, right? But because of the lack of communication that the people who came said, so I wanted it to be in the public and so that they know it. And so tonight, I'm gonna try to get to that meeting at 6 o'clock because I've got 2 other things to do, so that we again talk about this is what you did, this is because it needs to be out so that everybody can hear it. So it wasn't my intention to pull the item because I didn't believe that this was happening. I do know because I come to the meetings and I'm the liaison. So again, thank you for all your work. I grew up in the South Bronx and I grew up skating, which has kept me out of a lot of trouble because I do get in trouble. And I love lazy rivers, so I am excited. Yes, because I need that. So I'm excited, and just continue to do the work and continue to, I know we spoke earlier and you gave me some more detail about some of the stuff that you've done. And I am also gonna hopefully get to the meeting at 6 o'clock, and I also want to speak to the community about us working together and trying to listen to one another, because the bottom line is that we're all trying to get this to be done. And so sometimes maybe people don't understand things, or they're already at level 10 and not hearing. But I think we want to make sure that they are being informed, which you have proven that you're doing. But I'm also going to go tonight to let them know that, again, this was done. We don't know where the communication was lacking, but we need to continue to move forward, because it's really about the kids getting this and these families. So thank you.
Thank you. I grew up with the good skate key in the Bronx, and I couldn't imagine if it was closed for 3 years. Councilmember Williams and then Mayor O'Neill.
Thank you. I'm just pleased to hear the level of community engagement you guys have been doing. And thank you, Councilmember Jose Hyman, for just bringing the item to our attention by pulling it. I understand that community engagement means that we want to make sure that folks are engaged so they, feel heard. I know that also that doesn't mean that every single person that engages is going to get what they want. And it's important that we're clear on that. I know on council sometimes our debates sometimes can appear messy outside, and then people editorialize it. I'm pretty certain when I say this that we all want the best for this community, no matter how we get there. And I just want to uplift you all as staff and encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. But as you're doing it with a sensitive heart, because there are folks that they definitely want to be heard, and we have to do that with compassion. And I know that that's what you all are doing, because his socks are super cool. So thank you guys for what you're doing. Yeah, thanks, Wade. This is, I cannot wait to get over there, and thanks for keeping the lap pool in there, because I actually do swim competitively sometimes. So, cool deal.
We
Cool
recognize
socks, man.
we're all on the
Cool
same
socks.
team, and many of us chose this line of work because we wanted to be in public service. Like the mayor said, we chose this life. We chose this career. And regardless of the color of our skin, it's thick. And we know folks have been wronged. And we know it has nothing to do with us. And so when folks come to us that are passionate, we recognize that. And we just want to make sure we're understood and that make sure that they're understood. And what they have to say and their dream becomes reality. So we recognize the complexities of it.
Mayor O'Neill. Congrats on a great plan. Thank you. I will keep my comments not so brief, but I just want to say that this is a really good project, and it is marred by the engagement with the Wheels site. But I'm very clear that our staff knows how to do equitable engagement. It's just, in this situation, how do you navigate this ongoing huge project, knowing that this one small piece has been elevated out of fear? And so all of this emotion that's tied to this one site has to be accounted for. And I'm very clear that it's not something that everyone has a talent for, a skill for, or even a want to do. But as you said, public administrators, I mean, it's in my training at the good North Carolina Central University, we have a higher standard for what transparency looks like. We have a higher standard for how we operate, in engaging with our community, who are the taxpayers that make these projects happen. And so when you make comments like it's only 20 people, I want to be clear that many of them are leaders in our community. So they may be one person you see, but they represent hundreds. Just like you see me as one person, but apparently I represent 330,000 people in the city. And so it's remarks like that that kind of send the wrong message in equitable engagement. And so I want to be really clear, like, I appreciate all of the time, the hours, and the manpower it has taken to get to this point. I recognize, like, these have been Herculean, like, heavy lifts to even get a plan done this quickly. And, by 2030, if it's done, this will be phenomenal. But the Wheels piece.
What year?
The Wheels piece is something that, folks have a lot of emotion around. And if you can't respect that, it comes across as, I won't say, it's not about race. It comes across as race, but that's not what the issue is. It's just a matter of heart and compassion. And so when folks don't feel like you have their best interests at heart, they push harder. They fight harder. They fight a lot more. They scream louder. Like, all of that comes across, and I feel it, which is what is making me so upset and so angry, because I know, again, that staff is capable of providing equitable engagement. You've demonstrated it with the whole plan for the Splash and Play Park. But what is preventing that type of heart and compassion in the Wheels project? Because I think November, this is the holidays, November, December, January, an email, when you know that these folks are really passionate, outspoken, they come to council meeting and work session, like, just repeat it, and I hear you. You see a few people, but there is representation in that. People with disabilities, people of low wealth, people of color, like, all of that matters, and I just want to be clear, like, it doesn't diminish any of us to listen and to incorporate ideas. And I hear you when you say that, the skate park's not there, but the conversation about batting cages, like, all of the things that they're talking about, they're pieces of this conversation, but for some reason they feel like they're not going to be incorporated, and I haven't gotten to the bottom of why. Okay. And so I'm hopeful
that this last week's conversations and all have made a indentation on how we move forward, and that there'll be more engagement specific to wheels. I want to say they have a meeting tonight at 6. They had a PAC meeting last week on Saturday at Holton, and there'll be other meetings. If we're not engaging them where they are, they're going to continue to push for more, and they're going to scream louder, and they're going to.
We'll continue to go, and this isn't directed to you, but I know there's no one that can question our heart and compassion in this project. We will continue to do what we're doing and make sure people understood they're heard. There will still be disagreement at times.
And that's fine. That's fine. I think that the disagreement's always a welcome, but you got to be talking. There has to be
Thank
some
you
talking
very much.
happening.
Thank you, and cut. All right. Thank you very much. Unless you have something further.
No, ma'am.
All right, great job, everybody. It's way after their work hour. Woo-hoo. All right, okay, all right. And we still have to go into closed session. I'm going to turn to our clerk and ask her to tell us about our task force and boards, and then we will settle our agenda.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The report tonight is pretty brief. We have one nomination, and that is for the Durham City County Appearance Commission, and the nomination is Alejandro Ibrahim. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you so much. We now turn to our city manager to settle our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have for consent items 1 through 10, GBA public hearings, item 14 through 18.
All right, is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Caballero and seconded by Councilman Williams. All those in favor, if you would sign by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed have the same right. Hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. We are now adjourned to closed session. Y'all got about 5 minutes and we upstairs, okay? Thank you.